even vote button. Like, I don't know what I was doing. Maybe I was just tired. But like when they were on an item, I kept somehow doing something on there. I don't know. Yeah.
In all reality, you need another monitor for it.
Yeah.
Because you have minute track, you have this, the attendee list.
I mean, I guess when I'm not using this screen for public comment, I can move minute track over, huh?
Yeah. But you
Yeah.
can, but you're just going to have to remember that each time before you share it.
Yeah. I like it when it's close to this because I can do the quick mute speaker timer for the items. Because if I don't hit and mute somebody here,
Yeah.
then they can unmute themselves. So I have to go back and find them in this list and hit it again.
And I think I noticed too, once you unmute them and then they start speaking, the moment you mute them, they can always unmute them the first time. You have to mute them again.
I have to mute them.
Yeah. I'm going to go to this room.
Okay.
It's so quiet.
Well, good evening, everyone. It is good to see everyone. It's 7 o'clock, so at this time, we will begin the February 9th, 2021 City Council Successor Agency meeting. And could we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Mendoza.
It's muted.
I'm going to unmute you. Councilmember Mendoza?
Here, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Meyer?
Here.
Councilmember Rary?
Here.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Here.
Mayor Bryant?
Here. So we do have a quorum. At this time, if you could join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance and ask if possible to stand, so I'll be standing for this. If you could join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, we will open public comments, and I will turn public comments over to Margaret.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on items that are not on the agenda, items listed under informational reports, or items on the consent calendar. Request for future agenda items, new requests. If you wish to comment on a future agenda item that is specifically listed on the agenda, please wait until that item is called. I did receive one public comment regarding homelessness from Laura Jimenez today, and that will be posted on the city's website with the items received on other items. If you wish to speak under public comment, please use the raise your hand feature in WebEx, and I will call on your name if provided and unmute you when it's your turn to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after time is expired. While we encourage your comments, state law prevents the City Council from discussing items that are not on their meeting agenda. If appropriate, staff will follow up on them. And I do have a few hands raised, and I will start with Victoria Sandberg. Victoria, go ahead. Victoria? I will come back to Victoria, and I will move on to Carolina. Carolina, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. I have two comments. Number one, I was looking through the agenda, and I noticed that the proclamation for Black History Month is in the consent calendar. And I would think with everything going on and the importance of Black History Month, that this would actually be a standalone item and not buried to be passed by a yay or nay. So I would ask that that item be pulled so that it can be discussed. Second, I also would like to know why Mayor Joel was not present at the county planning meeting regarding the pot farm on Sunset Boulevard. They had over 130 people call in over various meetings. These are your residents that live in, their constituents that live in your city, Mayor Joel, and that they are looking to you to advocate on behalf of them. Nobody wants that pot farm there. The Nunn family has plenty of land. They could put that pot farm someplace else. The issue is not pot, it's location. It's right by Sunset Park. So this item is being moved to the County Board of Supervisors, and I really hope we see you there and that you advocate for the people that you represent. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Karina. Go ahead, Karina.
Hi, thank you. Just want to make sure you can hear me.
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. I want to thank you for this time that I'm able to speak. I just wanted to talk a little bit tonight about the Grow Farm and the fact that the residents on Sunset and Guerin are highly opposed to the Grow Farm at the Nunn property. And I just wanted to specifically speak to the fact that silent on this issue continued to be Mayor Joel Bryant and Vice Mayor Johnny Rodriguez. I'm extremely surprised, and it is disheartening to me to see that both of you indicated at the very beginning that you wanted someone on the council that would be fighting for people in District 2, and that not everybody would be living in other districts outside of this District 2. As a resident of District 2, I highly expected, at minimum, Vice Mayor Johnny Rodriguez to provide some input live at that meeting. And while I definitely understand that you had a meeting that ran till 1 a.m. in the morning the previous evening, I definitely think that your input would have been valued by those that were going to be voting on whether or not this measure needed to be, whether the appeal was going to be approved. We are so grateful for Council members Mendoza, Rary, and Meyer, who spoke up and whose testimony was actually one of the biggest reasons why the appeal was granted. So I actually would like to challenge Vice Mayor Rodriguez and Mayor Bryant to be present in the future for these type of meetings, because your constituents are watching and are expecting both of you to be present, because some of these individuals voted for you. And Mr. Rodriguez, your seat will be up in 2 years. And all of these things where you have remained silent will come forward at that time. So I appreciate you taking the time to hear me. And I just want to say that we will continue to press this issue and hope that you will be present for when this next goes to the next step. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Benjamin Kellogg, followed by Peter Robinson. Mr. Kellogg, go ahead.
Hi, thank you very much, Mayor, City Council, and staff. I'd first like to make a suggestion. I was somewhat confused trying to find the link to the meeting tonight. I thought there was going to be a one-click on the front of the main page of the city. However, when I clicked on that, it went to a dead-end link and went nowhere. So I had to go into the agenda and click on the link, and it brought up WebEx. Might I suggest that we take that link and put it on the front of the city's webpage under council meetings, and that will make people's lives a hell of a lot easier. My second point, for which I actually came here tonight, I'd like to thank Mr. Ogden for reaching back out to me. Last council meeting, I requested an update on the resolution back in November regarding the $1.5 million for fire funding. I'd like to thank him for the email. However, it kind of brought up more questions than it did answers. He had mentioned that they would like, as in the city, would like to look into more sustainable long-term monies, such as what's going on with Measure X, rather than short-term funding purposes, as in what passed in November via the resolution. I was somewhat surprised at that comment, because I assumed that this was going to be an actual resolution that had teeth and not just the only thing I can call it would be it was passed during the election to make people happy regarding fire funding. It was mentioned that it's not very palatable in regards to the region. I'd like to know who still is not in favor of giving ECCFPD money. I really would, because these are two different issues, consolidation and Measure X funding. They shouldn't be talked about together. We should be talking about Measure X funding and having the department get as much Measure X funding as possible. And it seems like the $1.5 million has gone on the back burner because of this. It shouldn't be. You guys passed a resolution, and you guys should be working on getting the department that $1.5 million. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Peter Robinson, followed by Sycamore Dash. Peter, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Peter Robinson, and I recently moved into Trilogy last September from sleepy Black Hawk. And I wanted to get it on notice, a strong voice regarding item D6, the verbal update on the Highway 4 sound study, to let you know that I'm a very vocal proponent of trying to do something about the terrible noise problem we have along Highway 4. I did speak to Karen prior to the election, and she was very cooperative and listened to me and explained to me the history behind this issue. And I know it's a tough topic. Caltrans doesn't seem to want to respond, or it's very hard to get into the bowels of Caltrans to figure out how they operate. But I appeal to all of you to do this sound study. It needs to be done properly. You need to understand how big the problem is. I live on Symphony in Trilogy, and there's at least 3 roads that are really impacted, Gamay, Symphony, and Chianti, in the Trilogy area alone. Many other areas, of course, are impacted. I look across the highway from where I live, and I see a long wall on the Somerset side, which is really helping that side of the community. But there's nothing since Shea built a wall, as you know, which was just a wall at the back of the properties, which is really not a sound wall. So I want to get it on record that I'm a very vocal proponent. I'm available to help in any way that you deem necessary. But please, get this sound study done and take it seriously. There's a lot of voters out here that are having a lot of problem with sound, and we need some help. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sycamore Dash. Go ahead, Mr. Dash.
Good evening, council members. This is Dash speaking, and I have the same issue as my previous speaker spoke. It's the Highway 4 noise issue, and I have been with City in contact from 2018 when it was open, and it's almost going to be 3 years we are experiencing this issue. I just wanted to make few points that I understand that the traffic may not be that much because of the COVID-19, for which the noise study has been delayed. But I just agree with my previous speaker. Like, if it is whatever needs to be done, it has to be done seriously because there's a lot of community suffering. It's not only one man's complaint. And it needs to be taken seriously. And just wanted to share, I know one of my room was had a soundproof just as a trial basis, but it doesn't help a lot. We cannot open the windows when our children are almost a year doing schooling in-house for a fresh air. It makes us feel like throwing up with the noise constantly we are getting. And the bigger picture should be not like resolving the inside the house noise, but actually at least the environment. We cannot even have a cup of tea in our garden sitting outside. It is so bad. So whatever the groundworks are done, like whether you want to do the noise study now or 3 months from now, it needs to be done in a proper right way so that we address the issue for all the community, not for one person. Thank you. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you. The next speaker is Marisol. Marisol, go ahead.
Hi, thanks. Thank you so much. Sorry I'm late, and I don't know if this was already asked, but I wanted to just see if we could get a follow-up about the cannabis farms appeals that happened the other week. I wanted to thank council members Rary, Meyer, and Mendoza for being a part of the conversation, and also for the city staff, Terrence, that was there. Thank you so much for being there and caring about the community. But I just kind of wanted to know if there's an update or what where we are in terms of those two appeals. I know we won one but didn't win the other. And in relationship to that, what are we doing about Sunset Park Athletic Complex? I'm running late to this call because I was actually just there. Baseball, soccer are all happening at the same time. The parking lot is full and jammed with families, children all over the fields. So I wanted to know what the city is doing in terms of how that particular area is being zoned. So that was it. I was hoping to get an update. And thank you again to those council members and city staff that were able to represent the residents of Brentwood.
Thank you. And if I could remind the speakers who have already spoken to put your hand down in WebEx, and I don't see any additional hand raised at this time. Oh, I do. Maybe I have one more speaker, Mr. Dorman. Mr. Dorman, did you want to speak?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, everyone. No problem. Good evening. I want to compliment where compliments are due. This is a slow process, and I know that it's painful in some places, but I do want to give kudos because this current assemblage of the council is trying. I don't have complaints as much as I have concerns. And I'll try and do it really quickly. The one closest is I had a woman reach out to me recently. She's soon to be homeless, and this is something I had discussed previously. And she was basically looking for help, and she was getting the runaround. She said she was going to be on here tonight. She may be too shy, and I understand that. Public speaking is not for everybody. But it does go to the crux of my concern a couple of months back, which is the near homeless, the soon-to-be homeless. And she said she reached out, but really didn't have any assistance that may or may not be out there. So I don't know what the answer to that is, other than any guidance here today where it could be mentioned, yes, please call this person, please call that person. Thank you for reviewing the Planning Commission. The ask there is, I was looking at some of the proposed residential and commercial. It's my understanding that some of those projects are outdated or need to be updated. So I'm just throwing that out there. Hopefully somebody can take care of that. So we know where we stand as a city. And then lastly, crime. And I know there are no easy answers. But two things, and I just want to put this out here on the record. Mail theft, I believe, is a federal crime. And so that should not be a catch and release or whatever you want to call it. And if the DA doesn't want to prosecute federal crimes, well, I guess there are other avenues. But that and my fear that one day there's going to be some type of vigilante justice because people are fed up. If you read Nextdoor, if you read Facebook, there are people out there. And I really hate to, have a conversation with you guys as a look back because somebody just couldn't take it anymore. So
the speaker's time was up. I have one more speaker with their hand raised, Linda Green. Linda, go ahead. Linda, did you want to speak?
Yes. Hello, can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes, I did.
Go ahead.
Okay, Okay, you can hear me? Okay, my name is Linda Green, and I'm on here today for the agenda of the recreational programs for inclusion. I am with Be Exceptional Programs. We are a nonprofit that will hopefully soon be offering classes at the Brentwood Community Center. We offer classes, recreational classes and social events for kids, teens, and young adults with special needs. We have been in the Antioch area for 30 years, and we are looking forward to expanding into the Brentwood area. Roughly half of our clientele is from Brentwood. So I just wanted to introduce myself and, let you know that Be Exceptional is here, and we are looking forward to holding classes for the city of Brentwood. Thank you.
Thank you, and that's all the speakers I had at this time.
Thank you. So at this time, we'll close public comments, and we will move into informational reports from council. And before we do that, we're going to be trying something at the suggestion of several of the council members to make the process a little faster and more fluid to us from having to be here at midnight. So instead of just asking each council person once we get into the agenda to speak one at a time, if you could just raise your hands, and we'll, if you have something to say on a topic, we'll just go that way. It should work a little faster, and everyone can say everything they want when they'd like to. So at this time, though, we will open informational reports from council members and start with Council Member Mendoza.
Hi. Yes, so I attended League of Cities training, a lot of good information. And then I also listened in on the mayor's conference call, and I'm sure, Mayor, you have a lot of information from that because it was pretty full agenda. But the one thing that I thought was pretty interesting and we should probably look into is electronic vehicles. The state has a lot of funding for charging stations, so they mentioned that we should probably get on it so that we can garner those funds from the state before other cities get them. So hopefully, from a Brentwood perspective, we can get on that. But again, I know there was a lot of other things. You'll probably mention them because there's a lot of interesting things that were interesting. But did that. And I did attend the County Planning Commission meeting regarding the pot farms. So like someone mentioned, one of them was approved, and one of them, the appeal, it didn't move forward. So I think what the caller also wanted to know is, so it didn't move forward, so how do we move from there? Do we find out if they appeal it again? Because I think there's one more appeal process possible. So, I'm waiting to find out on that. The other thing that I'm really excited about, and I was actually pretty busy with this week, is we've all heard from Hijas del Campo during the last few months, and I was really excited because one of their founders, actually a few of their founders, have been really busy with the county, and they've actually now been invited to join county commissions on COVID-related issues. And they began something they're calling, the county began something they're calling the Community Immunity Project. And the goal is to not just give out information, but to actually give vaccines to people of color. And that's based on studies that they've seen where there's a big disparity on people of color. And the Hijas del Campo has been doing an awesome job. They've partnered with Safeway, so all of the vaccines are occurring in Safeway on the east side of town, which is awesome. They are now also working with the Village Community Resource Center. Hijas have trained them to be able to sign up people for vaccines. So if anyone on this call is interested in actually getting the vaccine over 65, and now they're expanding to other people, not just people of color, they can reach out to me and I can give them the information, or they can go on Facebook and find Hijas del Campo. But I think it's important to get everyone in our community vaccinated as soon as possible. And I think it's great that the county found someone here in town that they could train to enter the portal and get people signed up for those vaccines. So it was a pretty busy week. And, and they're also worked with the NAACP, which I thought was awesome also. But that's all I have going on this last couple of weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Member Meyer.
Thank you, Mayor. I also attended the California League of Cities New Mayors and Council training session, and was impressed and overwhelmed, and it was all really good. Got some great notes, got some great slides to review and go back on. And attended the County Planning Commission cannabis hearing, the California League of Cities East Bay Division meeting. I had a few meetings with constituents. One was about trying to connect local seniors with resources around vaccines and testing and that kind of thing. And then the other one was about potential partnership through a nonprofit to get some N95 masks for people who have to work outside in the event of wildfire season being what it was last year. So busy and wonderful, and I'm looking forward to the next 2 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Member Rary.
Karen, we can't hear you.
Okay, I've got two speakers here. Anyway, I've worked with Hios Del Campo to organize a Coats and Soaps drive, and over the past month, and due to the generosity of our residents, I was able to collect, wash, and separate into children to adult-sized coats several hundred winter coats. Some really nice coats, Pacific Trail and Columbia and London Fog, just really nice coats. And I dropped all those coats off over the weekend, along with about 200 toothbrushes, toothpaste, and floss kits that were donated, dozens of soaps, shampoos, and toothpaste, blankets, scarves, mittens, and beanies. And all of these are being distributed to local farm workers and their families. It was just an incredible outpouring of support in this, and I look forward to doing this again next year. I also attended the League of California Cities New Mayors and Council Members Academies. I attended 5 of them over a 2-day period. I also attended the League of California Cities Homelessness Roundtable, and I'm collecting information which I will pull together from the different cities and get that off to staff, because there was a variety of things going on across the state. And I also attended the League of California Cities East Bay Division meeting, where we heard from assembly members and state senators about what's going on in the state, and attended the Contra Costa County Planning Commission cannabis hearing for the 2 cannabis appeals that the city had submitted to the county. The Special Agricultural Enterprise Committee meeting, which is part of our consent calendar today, is what we met about. And the PAL board meeting, we do have a crab feed on February 20th. It's a drive-through, and you buy your tickets through February 14th. I have them available. You can contact me through my city email or through Facebook. And it goes to a great organization that provides lots of after-school activities for kids in our community. And that is all I have to report.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Sorry about that. I also like to report back on the agriculture enterprise. It was actually my very first meeting. Very good meeting. I thought a lot came out of it. Actually, on the consent items, B3 is one of the things that we had discussed in regards to the Contra Costa Wine Growers Association and their new website that they're going to be creating for winery tourism. It was a really good meeting. I got a lot out of that. I also attended the Special Youth Commission meeting. It was a town hall meeting regarding diversity and equity and inclusion in Brentwood. So it was really nice to hear our young people to talk about, different things they've either experienced or have seen when it comes to those areas. So it was really nice to see that. And also, I'd like to thank our council members that were able to participate in the county planning in regards to the cannabis. And I just want to thank them for being able to speak up there. So that's it for now.
Thank you. And since the last time we met, I attended the Mayor's Conference. There is a long list of information that I'll be giving and talking to our city staff about and bringing some of those back to council. One of them was the $500 million infrastructure grant that the state is providing for cities to assist with infrastructure. And I'm sure that we have a lot of things we could certainly use that for. In addition to that, I attended the League of Cities East Bay Legislative Update and the Transplan, BART, State Route 4, and ECRFA meetings, as well as Tri-Delta Transit Board. And I met with numerous business owners, as well as several businesses looking to come into Brentwood, as well as several residents. And that's all I have to report at this time. I did want to acknowledge one thing. there are many meetings that happen at the same time. It isn't that any council person isn't interested in the very important cannabis issue. Staff understands where I stand on it. We've spoken in the past over this. The city recommendation has the approval of council, and I also have meetings during that time that I was unable to physically be there, but I will do better at making sure that there's a letter that goes out with my support of what the city stands in opinion on that as well. So thank you for your interest and concern, and I will do better. But there are some meetings that I cannot be at simply because I have conflicting meetings for the city at the same time. So at this time, we will move into consent calendar. Before I do that, I would like to pull item B2. And with that, is there anyone else that would like to pull an item or
Mr. Mayor, in addition to pulling B2, if we could have staff talk about what the city is doing to recognize African Americans. There's something internally that we're doing, and I believe we're also posting things on social media. And if we can get an update on what that is, I'm sure our residents would appreciate knowing what the city is up to.
Absolutely. We'll cover that as we pull B2. Is there any other items that would like to be pulled, or do I have a motion for item B, consent calendar?
Motion to approve consent calendar minus B2. Is that enough?
That's enough.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, so at this time, I will speak on item B2, but if staff could give us an update regarding what Councilperson Rary's request was as far as information that goes along with item B2.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So the proclamation that's before you is to recognize Black History Month. And we just want to clarify up front that we've been putting most of the proclamations on consent during this pandemic with the virtual meetings. If we were in the council chambers today, we would have guests there and read the proclamation out, I suppose. But we're definitely recommending your approval of this proclamation. I've been asked to share a little bit about what staff is working on, and would like to invite Sakari to share just a few highlights. She has been tasked with working with employees who have volunteered their time to work on diversity and inclusion measures with the city, and also, as was mentioned, we've got a social media campaign underway this month as well. So, Sakari, please.
Okay, thank you, and good evening, Mayor Bryant and Vice Mayor Rodriguez, as well as council members and staff. So my name is Sakari Bashirs. I'm the HR director. Really happy and excited about what the city is doing. The City Council approved an initiative to develop a diversity and inclusion program, and as part of that initiative, I am working with AIC's Diversity and Inclusion Committee. It is members from individuals across the city department, and I can tell you that everybody is very excited. A lot of ideas are flowing about training, about how to use pronouns, and something more specific tonight that I will share with you about Black History Month. So that was something everybody was like, hey, what can we do? How can we get that going? So as part of our committee, there's a total of 13 employees. So we developed a subgroup of that committee. They came together and wanted to look at how can we educate our employees about pioneers who have made a difference in history for African Americans, and ones that we don't necessarily always hear about. So it's not a matter of that those individuals are not important, but how can we just really expand our knowledge base? So that subgroup came up with a list of individuals, and what we're doing is sending that out weekly to our employees. We're doing it on Mondays and Thursdays. We want to keep it fresh and keep that information out there before employees. And I've heard nothing but good reviews. People are excited and they're thankful for it. So they can basically read it in 60 seconds or less, but it's just enough to capture attention and to hopefully have employees want to go and find out more about that individual and or others who have made a difference in our history, and I could say for myself personally as an African American. That's all. And if council has any questions, I'm more than happy to answer those questions.
Is there anyone on council that has questions for Sakari at this time? If you could raise your hand, we'll get to them. And if not, I will thank you, Sakari, for that and all your work that you're doing with.
Mayor, I have my hand up really quick.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, don't worry. I know I'm going to lift both hands up, but I don't want to do that either. But no, Sakari, I just want to thank you for everything that you're doing. I know that you've been doing a lot of stuff in the community when it comes to this stuff, and then also bringing it into our staff. I think it's very much needed. We've seen Brentwood grow tremendously with a lot of different cultures and backgrounds. So it's nice that we're getting our staff prepared for that, but also hopefully at some point including the community. So once again, Shikari, I just want to thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, I was looking over at the participant side for the electronic hand and didn't see the actual physical hand. So I'll do better with that too. But having said that, at this time, I do want to read the proclamation presented on behalf of the City Council and the city staff. Whereas we celebrate the many achievements and contributions made by African Americans to our economic, cultural, and political development through bravery, perseverance, faith, and resolve, often in the face of prejudice and hardship. And whereas their fight for equality, representation, and respect motivates us to continue working for a more promising and peaceful future. And whereas the observance of Black History Month is a call to each and every person to reflect on the contributions of African Americans, to remember the past and learn from it so that we can build a better future for all. And whereas Black History Month is an occasion to rediscover the enduring stories of African Americans and the gifts of freedom, purpose, and opportunity they have bestowed on future generations. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood does hereby recognize February 2021 as Black History Month and encourages residents to join us in honoring our diverse heritage and culture and continue our efforts to create a world that is more just, peaceful, and prosperous for all, dated this 9th day of February 2021. And with that, I will move to approve item B2.
But, hold on, I know that you're not going through the roll call, which I mean makes it a little difficult. Yes. But I just want to say I'm glad that you pulled it. Thank you so much for doing that. I think there's a lot of history in the Black African American community that we needed to honor tonight, so I'm thankful that you did that. But I also think that we would be remiss if we didn't realize all of the Black history, sad things and happy things that happened this year. With all of the violence that occurred, our children, our grandchildren, actually my grandchildren will probably be reading about this last year in their history books. And I think that as a city, we need to realize everything that's happened and not lose sight of it. Again, all of the violence, Breonna Taylor, George Floyd was awful, and we can't lose sight of that when we talk about Black history because it's now part of our history. But we also need to celebrate things along the line like Reverend Warnock winning and Kamala Harris being our first mixed race, Black vice president. So thank you so much for pulling it. I really do appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on council that would like to say something?
I have my electronic hand raised.
Oh, yes, you do.
I thought you were going to look. I would like to also thank you for pulling this. I think, to be honest, probably each one of us had planned on doing it if the other one hadn't. So thank you for moving forward with that. I understand the city's thoughts on putting all of the proclamations this year onto the consent calendar. I just think specifically for this issue, given the year that we've had, it needed to have the recognition and acknowledgement of being pulled from it and being more specifically given the attention it deserves. I think that while we've made progress locally and nationally, we have so far to go that this really did need to have its own item on the agenda and its own attention. And I think given the fact that we are as diverse as we are and as wonderful that is, we owe our neighbors and family members and schoolmates and workplace colleagues the recognition of Black History Month being its own item and the understanding that all of us agree that we need to do more. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm looking over to Councilmember Rary. Your hand is raised.
Yes, I don't want to go over, because, I mean, my fellow council members have already eloquently talked about the reasons why we need to pull it. I want to thank you as well for pulling it. I would ask also that if Zachary could include the council members, or at least I would like to receive those Monday and Thursday emails that come out that tell us about the historical significance of the pioneers, African-American pioneers. I would really like to see those as well. And I hope the rest of the council would also like to see it. And again, thank you for pulling it. It was something that really needed to be recognized individually and not just as a consent calendar item.
Thank you. So at this time, we do have a first for this item D2. Do we have a second?
Second.
If we have a first and a second, a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Now moving on to item C, public hearings. And item C1 is consideration of a resolution updating and adopting the City of Brentwood Development Fee Program and schedule of development impact fees applicable to new development. And at this time, I will turn it to Deborah Galey, who will provide the staff report.
Thank you. Now I just saw Margaret unmuted me. Okay, so I would like to share my screen and show the presentation. Okay, are you all able to see that?
Okay, I can't see it.
I cannot see it either.
Okay, let's try this again. So you cannot see my screen?
We cannot see it.
Okay.
We don't see you either, Deborah. Is your camera on?
I have not turned on my camera yet. No, I was going to.
I think your camera needs to be on to share your screen. Yeah.
There we go. Hello, everybody. Now let's try sharing.
Perfect. Thanks, Deborah.
Thank you for that tip. There we go. Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Tonight's public hearing is regarding the proposed update to the city's development fee program. Assembly Bill 1600, commonly known as the Mitigation Fee Act, allows agencies to impose fees to mitigate the impacts of new development on a city's infrastructure and facilities. The Act requires that to impose a fee, agencies must identify the fee's purpose, show a relationship between the need for the facility, the cost of the facility and the fee amount, and the type of development paying the fee. It's important to note that impact fees cannot fund existing infrastructure deficiencies or improvements for existing residents. When creating a fee program, the process begins with the general plan, which outlines land use and build-out population for the city. With additional development and future service demands thus identified, Facilities are master planned to ensure infrastructure is available. The cost and timing of the facilities are further outlined, such as in the capital improvement program. The portion of the facility cost servicing new development is then apportioned by land use and specific demand each use generates, such as gallons of water per day for future single-family homes or traffic generation by commercial or industrial users. Key infrastructure and facilities that are funded through the development fee program include administration and staff time to manage the fee program and the capital improvement projects, community and public facilities as identified in the Parks and Recreation Master Plan for enhancing quality of life for residents, additional park acreage to meet the general plan policy of 5 acres per 1,000 population, new and widened arterial roadways as identified in the general plan circulation elements, and utilities such as capacity expansions to both the water and wastewater treatment plants to service population growth. The advantages of updating the fee program at this time include incorporating facilities and amenities as included in the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, ensure adequate funding and current construction costs of facilities such as the wastewater treatment plant that is under construction, and capture contributions from active development without delay. The updated fee amount varies per land use category, mainly dependent upon 2 factors. The first being growth projections, such as the number of new residential units or future commercial building square footage that share the cost of the new facilities, and also the demand per each user, such as gallons of water per day for future single-family homes, or again, traffic generation by commercial or industrial users. The proposed fee for a new residential unit will see an increase of approximately 3.5%, while non-residential will see a decrease of approximately 12%. This is mainly due to the revised parks fee, which incorporates desired projects that are part of the updated master plan. Non-residential development does not pay a park fee since they don't contribute to the facility demand standard of 5 acres per 1,000 residents. So therefore, they're not impacted by this adjustment nearly as much as residential. There was also less in non-residential development since the last fee program update, which leaves more future development square footage to share the facility costs. When looking at surrounding communities, Brentwood remains near the middle of the fee comparison. The proposed fee is an adjustment of approximately $1,650 for new single-family homes. It should be noted that most of the adjacent cities receive utility service from an independent agency, such as the Contra Costa Water District or Delta Diablo Sanitation. Therefore, these agencies set fees that are applicable within those other cities' boundaries. Notice of the program update and proposed fees has been provided to the public and the development community so that they are aware of the proposed revisions. This item is continued from the January 26th council meeting, and since that date, staff has met with the Building Industry Association and consulted with legal counsel to ensure the park fee only includes acres necessary for new development. If approved tonight, the proposed schedule of fees would take effect April 10th, or 60 days after adoption. Creation and update of the fee program is a detailed and collaborative process involving all departments. As such, I appreciate and I just want to thank all staff that are part in making this happen. It's been a year in the making, so thank you all. So this concludes our formal presentation, and staff is available should you have any questions. Thank you.
If there are questions of staff, if you could raise your hand. I see Councilmember Mendoza.
I'm like, sorry, wrong hand.
Yes.
I just have a quick question. This is all awesome. I'm glad they're getting updated. But there's a big difference between Brentwood and Oakley, 45K versus 59K, I think was listed. Do you know what the biggest levers are in that variance?
It is mainly the utility fees. Oakley is serviced by Iron House Sanitation and Diablo Water District, and they set the fees in that area.
Okay. And then and this might not be you, this actually might be planning, but I know that you mentioned there's a certain amount of parks per 1,000 people. Do you know how what number they use to calculate on average how many people per household? It might not be you.
I do, yes. Yes, that comes from the general plan.
Okay.
So our latest general plan is the 2014, and it has approximately 3.2 residents in a single-family home, and I believe 2.8 in a multifamily home.
Thank you so much.
Yes, that's the average occupancy rate at that general plan point in time. It could be revised with the next general plan.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
So at this time, I don't see any other hands for clarifying questions. So we will move on to public comment, an open public comment. Margaret.
I received one public comment via email for this item, and I will, oops, it's on another screen. And that was from John Elam, and it was in support of the fee program. And trying to get to my other screen here to see if I have any hands raised. If you wish to speak on this item, please use the raise your hand feature in WebEx, and I will call on you. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes. And I'm not seeing, I believe, Linda Green's hand was still raised from earlier. I'm not seeing any additional hands raised for this item.
Okay. Well, if there are no other speakers, then we will close public comment, and we will move. I need a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
First.
Second.
Second. A roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay. If you have additional questions or wish to express comments, if you could raise your hand electronically, I'll call you in order, and I'll consider a motion. Oh, Councilperson Rary.
I just want to make one comment, and that was prior to us doing the Park and Rec Master Plan, we had actually reduced the fees for parks. And I had you know me in parks, I had a real big problem with the reduction of the fees. So I'm glad that they have been brought back up based on our master plan that we have put into place for parks, recs, and trails. And that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Mayor, I don't even know how to do that hand. I'm not that technology savvy here. So I'll just raise up both hands or something. But I just want to tell Deborah and her staff, I think you guys have done a wonderful job over the years to make developers accountable. It's nice to see that we're making changes to even make it better. Brentwood looks the way it does because of what you guys have done. So I just really want to thank you and your department. I think it's done a really good job. And looking at all this information, it's great because it's going to make the quality of life of our residents a lot better. So thank you.
Thank you. And if I could just note, this definitely is not limited to Public Works Engineering. This is every department. Finance provides input and current balances. Parks and Rec has put in a tremendous amount of effort based on their new master plan. Planning provides me with general plan amendments and growth projections and things of that sort. So it is definitely an effort of all parties. So
well, thanks to all you guys.
And just a quick comment. One of the questions that I got from a constituent was about fire and why fire is not listed. I did get a clarifying answer from Tim Ogden, and it's just accounting. We do still collect those fees, so just because people don't see them, noted out in the document doesn't mean we don't. They just accounting takes them directly to the fire department versus coming in through the city, is what I was told. So just in case anyone's wondering why they're not seeing the fire fees on here directly.
Yes, that is correct. I don't know if you recall, in July, the City Council adopted the East Contra Costa Fire District's fee study.
Yes.
So rather than having a city fee, the fire district has their own, and they collect the fee and manage it themselves.
Awesome.
So it is still being collected, and there is contributions from all new development to support fire facilities.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you all. At this time then, if there are no more questions or comments, could we get a motion, please?
I'll make a motion, as detailed in the staff report, adopt a resolution updating and adopting the City of Brentwood Development Fee Program and schedule of development impact fees applicable to new development.
I second that.
First and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, moving on to business items. Item D, we will move on to item...
Mr. Mayor, before we proceed into that, is it possible to move in item D6 down to after D1? D6, 3/4 of those affected in D6 are citizens, and we have in the past moved it up for that reason.
I'm certainly in favor of it if the rest of the council is okay with that.
Can I second it?
Certainly. Then we can move to item D6 and bring that up to the item we're dealing with right now. If staff ready to...
Well, D1 is the high school students. They need to get their homework done, and they also need to move forward. So that's why I was saying after D1, so that the high school students could get their presentation done.
I misunderstand your request. Yes, absolutely, we can do that. We will then go back to item D1, and a resolution approving a memorandum of understanding between the City of Brentwood and Liberty Union High School District regarding a proposed Public Art and Design Academy mural and related actions. And Chris Farrell will provide the staff report on this.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. First, since I haven't had the opportunity to meet some of our new council members, hello and welcome. I'm Chris Farrow, the Recreation Manager, and I look forward to working with you. Tonight I'm here with PATA students, as you can see, who will be sharing their presentation with you in just a few moments. Even though we are socially distant in this room, we are going to keep our masks on, so please let us know if at any point you need us to speak louder. You have before you a recommendation from our Arts Commission to adopt a resolution approving a MOU between the City of Brentwood and Liberty Union School District regarding the Public Art and Design Academy, known as PATA, mural for the cost of $12,299, which would amend the fiscal year 2020-21 operating budget by increasing the Public Art Acquisition Fund and authorizing the Director of Parks and Recreation to execute the MOU and make minor technical revisions if needed in consultation with the City Attorney. Since November of 2011, City Council has approved MOUs between the City and the School District regarding the PATA Public Art Project. Most recently, PATA created and installed the Blooming Mandalas Project in the Brentwood Public Library. On January 20th, PATA presented 3 mural conceptual ideas to our Arts Commission. The Arts Commission was extremely pleased with all 3 concepts, but ultimately chose the design titled Conjunction in Nature, which will be shared with you this evening. At this time, I'd like to introduce our PATA students who will be presenting their project. After their presentation, I will return to complete the staff report, and we will all be available to answer any questions you have. I'd like to welcome Emmeline, Gary, and Isaiah. We will be sharing our screen, so hold with us as that pops up. Are you able to see the PowerPoint?
It looks great.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yep, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Bryant and council members. My name is Gary Martin, and I'm here with Zayda Messina and Emmeline Becerra. We are here on behalf of the Public Art Design Academy to present our proposed 2021 public art project. Our goal for this project is to create a colorful and eye-catching piece of art, which will also serve to highlight our diverse community in this beautiful city. Diversity is very important for our city, as we need to have a sense of inclusion. We are a growing community that shouldn't let people be divided. The location of the project will be right inside the entrance to the Brentwood City Hall parking garage. During a non-pandemic year, the parking garage is used by many people who are accessing the downtown area, City Hall, the Community Center, and Liberty High School. We chose a small wall underneath the windows on the left, right as you enter, to make it easy for pedestrians and workers to admire the art without having to explore the more obscure areas in the parking garage. The section of the wall we'll be working with is 49 feet 2 inches long and 3 feet 11 inches tall. At the left of the entrance to the garage, with the concern for students, at the left entrance to the garage. With concern for the student safety, we have plans to take as much work as possible on the mural with us at home. We would also social distance around the different windows along the wall.
The inspiration for this design is greatly influenced by the nature around us, highlighting the vibrant colors of butterflies winding through its branches in a linear fashion. The image shown is the design we put forward and is superimposed upon the garage entrance along with a close-up. When trying to create a design around the theme of diversity, we wanted to create something that wouldn't exclude anyone based on their race, religion, sex, age, or any factor. We decided to approach the idea of diversity with the thought of what we wanted from it, which is change, hope, and transformation. There needs to be a change in people to be better than the generation before them. To be able to promote diversity, we, as a society, cannot continue to demean or belittle each other. We have hope that everyone who lives and visits Brentwood will feel welcomed. Then there is transformation, which ties back into change. To transform, we have to involve and be active participants in helping to create the diverse community we want to live in. With this in mind, we chose to use butterflies due to their symbolic meaning. We decided to include branches to represent growth and to aid in creating movement and direction in the butterfly's flight path. To create this design, we will use a method similar to the mosaic mural across from the school. We will prep the wall by using paint remover, and then the wall will be cleaned and prepped to keep moisture away from the mosaic. For creating the mosaic, a master image will be created and divided among all the students. We will place the mosaic mesh on top of the design and use the master image as a guide to where to place each tile. We will be able to work on our assigned sections at home, and they will be bringing them back to the school to attach to the wall. There will be small gaps between each prepared section to allow for the feathering of the tiles to make sure the design looks seamless. The tile for the background will be made by hand to ensure we have consistency and color. Originally, we wanted to purchase the tiles, but we found the color selection to be lacking. The bodies for the butterflies will be made out of ceramic tiles, so the body will be easy to form. The butterfly's wings will be created from a large handmade glass tile. The materials used throughout the design will be a combination of colored glass and ceramic tiles. For the sky, branches, and butterfly bodies, we are using a cone-5 porcelain clay body for the tiles because of its durability and Mako stroke, and coat glazes because of their color consistency and durability. We will also make the large glass tiles for the butterfly wings from colored glass. The wings will be comprised of 4 to 5 separate pieces of glass with thin grout lines between each section. The glass will be cut using a special glass cutting bandsaw and then low fired to round over any sharp edges. The goal is to create a visual contrast between the butterflies in the background through a mixed media element and size variation of tiles.
Due to COVID, this year is unlike any other year. We have to face a few new challenges that previous years haven't. Originally, we wanted to purchase tile, but we could not find the right color of blues for the sky and tree branches. Instead, we are going to hand make the tiles. This isn't a new process for us, since all PATA Academy students learn how to make ceramic tile for their mosaics their sophomore year. The only difference now is that we have to work in small teams. There will be a team to come in to prepare the clay tiles and another team to come in to glaze the tiles. We are lucky that the classroom we will be working in is around 2,000 square feet, and we are able to open up the garage door for additional ventilation. Our goal is to have all the ceramic tile made by the end of March. In addition to making the ceramic tile, we will have a group of students cutting the larger glass tiles for the butterfly wings, and another group making the butterfly bodies out of clay. In April, we will work individually at home to add tile to mosaic mesh. This is a similar process the Academy Senior used in 2014 on the mosaic mural across the street from Liberty and the 2010 Oak Park mural. Each student will be provided a small kit which includes a section of the design they will tile, mosaic mesh, tile nippers, gloves, and safety goggles. As we finish our assigned section, we will return the pieces to school to start tiling the wall by mid-April. We will continue this process through May and start grading the tile as sections of the wall are completed. This will help protect the mosaic pieces from being removed by anyone who may hang around in the parking garage. Towards the end of May, we will wrap up the project by sealing the grout to help protect it against vandalism. Our planned budget for this project is $12,300.
Thank you for your time and consideration for our design ideas for the class of 2021. The City Project, we hope you enjoy the designs brought forward and look forward to working with the city to make the art as best as we possibly can.
Thank you to our students for sharing their design. I just wanted to conclude the staff report by saying the PATA project will be funded through the Public Art Acquisition Fund in the amount of $12,299 for all materials, equipment, and supplies. If council approves the project this evening, the fiscal year 2020-2021 operating budget will be amended to include this expense. As you know, the Public Art Acquisition Fund consists of development fees collected for the acquisition and construction of public art and can only be used for public art projects. Staff and PATA students are available to answer any questions you have at this time.
If you have questions of the PATA team or Chris, if you could raise your hand, Councilperson Rarick.
Yes. You know, right now, or even during non-COVID, we have a lot of skateboarders that utilize that area, that come from the top floor and make their way all the way down. I actually have a nice skateboard dent in the side of my truck from when I came back from a council meeting. So being that that's in an area that could possibly be hit, is there going to be some type of protective coating over that to prevent cracks and from the impact of skateboards?
Yeah, we're going to be sealing the grout over the mosaic, so that should be able to protect it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Rary, I have internally spoken to traffic, public works, our parks team, and our streets team as well, and I think everyone feels that because that wall has that little sidewalk area right in front of it, that might provide a little bit of protection too, being that you can't, you know, if you're coming around doing the loop-de-loo like we know they do, you would hit that curb and that sidewalk before you would actually hit that wall. So I think the thought was that might provide a little buffer on that wall, as opposed to the adjacent wall at the end is flush with the floor of the garage. So I think the thought was that little buffer would help as well.
My concern was more of coming down that last part of it and actually not being able to make the curve, and them jumping off the skateboard one way and the skateboard flying forward to hit that wall. That's my concern with that wall.
Yeah, I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility of things that could happen, I would guess.
I would hope that tile is pretty strong, so I'd hope that the wood skateboard wouldn't break it. I've dropped many things. Tile at home is, of course, really different from the tile we're going to use at Mosaic, but I've dropped many things on tile. I've never had it break. I've thrown on the floor at tile, too. I've never had tile crack on me, and it's a very valid concern, though, so I can see where you're coming from.
Mayor and Council, we have...
Vice Mayor, actually, Councilperson Mendoza had her hand up, and then I'll come to you, and then Councilperson Meyer.
I just want to say I really like it. I think it's really pretty. I think for years to come, people will look back and be happy. I've had people take me on tours of the city, and one of the things that was shown to me was the fish bridge, and that was done years ago, and people still talk about all the people who worked on it and how beautiful it is. So it looks great. I can't wait to see it done, and I'm so proud of all of our students who do this around town every single year. I think it's fantastic. So thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
I think Suzanne was, Councilmember Meyer was before I was, Mayor.
It's okay. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I learned how to do my hand, so I saw that you were up there. I figured it out. No, I just want to say thank you for really explaining what the diversity was with the butterflies, because I'll be honest, I was a little bit confused about that. But when you explained it, it was right on, which thank you very much. My concern is that what if somebody starts tagging and graffitiing that area? Is this going to be glossed or something on there where it's going to be easier to remove that so it doesn't damage the mural?
There will be a special feeling to it, and what we've learned from previous pilot projects that graffiti is the #1 concern in our minds, and seeing that we're doing tile, it's very easy to clean up because simply they don't really use like permanent stuff on graffiti art. So I believe that since we have the special sealing, it'll be easier to clean up.
Thank you.
Councilmember Meyer, I apologize. Did not see your hand before.
That's okay. Not a problem. I want to join in with everyone else to say that a beautiful job. I love what you're doing. I love seeing the art projects around town. Can't wait to see this done. I wanted to mention, I think we all have similar concerns because it's so beautiful and it so expresses everything you want it to express that we don't want to see any damage coming to it. 2 questions then. A, we know Brentwoodians and of course a lot of other people are very fond of the photo op. So in this specific location, I imagine there will be a lot of people that get out of the cars and go and stand in front of it and take photos. And I want to make sure that that's in a safe location. And B, if there are damages that occur to the art, will you have extra tiles on hand just in case you have to replace a smaller section?
I believe with the sidewalks there, if people were to really choose to take a picture there with it, they should be safe enough with that little area of space. And for the extra tiling, I believe we'll have some ready just in case.
Councilmember Meyer, that has historically been the case with TATA for all of the projects they have done with us, that their teacher does keep things on hand. And the next class that comes on usually, unfortunately, bears the cost of having to go out and do repairs for us. But we haven't run into an issue where the materials were not available. It's timing and making sure that the students have time to get out and repair the project with the rest of the curriculum, but it hasn't been a supply issue. Historically, she's kept enough materials and supplies to be able to keep up with the repairs and maintenance on the project.
Wonderful. Thank you and good luck. Can't wait to see it.
I also want to thank all of you. Chris, you and your team have done such outstanding work over the years It's always great to see everything that you do. Before we go to a vote or public comment on this, if you could introduce yourselves again, Isaiah, Gary, Emmeline, what grades are you in?
We're all seniors in Patterson currently.
Okay. I do want to say that I got a phone call earlier today from a very, very proud grandfather letting me know that I was going to be seeing Emmeline tonight, so I told him that I would make sure to embarrass you in front of the rest of the But all of your families, we greatly appreciate you representing them and us very well. And so with that, we will move on from clarifying questions. And if there's no more questions of council, we'll open public comment, and I'll turn it to Margaret.
At this time, if you wish to speak, please raise your hand using the raise your hand feature in WebEx, and I'll call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I didn't receive any public comments regarding this item, and we do have one hand raised, and it's Alicia Douglas, and she indicated via chat that she is the teacher for this group. So I'll go ahead and unmute Alicia now. Go ahead. Alicia?
Hi, is that better?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, good evening. I want to answer a couple of questions that were posed. One was by one of the council members in regards to some of the skateboarders that frequent the parking lot and the kids on bikes that also like to frequent the parking lot. One of the nice things with the ceramic tile that we're going to be using, tiles are pretty durable, as the kids were saying. And so there's not too much concern with the kids running in and breaking a piece, but if they do, we can always come out and repair it. But the nice thing is, I want to say it was last year, yeah, I think it was at the beginning of last school year, the city actually installed skate stops along that path right in front of where the wall is going to be. And so most of the skateboarders don't actually use that section anymore. And so most of it is the kids flying down from the second or even third level of the parking garage. And they usually bypass the entrance as they just keep going all the way down to the bottom floor. So there's not really any or too much concern with kids hitting the actual wall itself. I believe that there was another question about graffiti. We found that using mosaic tile, all of the graffiti can be wiped off really easily. And so usually just a quick power wash will clean it off, or just even basic rubbing alcohol with a Sharpie. And it really is just more about protecting the grout. And so sealing the grout really well is the only thing that there's any real concern with. And so I think through all of the steps and all of the mini mosaics that we've done over the years, we have this one pretty well planned out, and kind of we know what we need to do for this. And that was it. So hopefully that answers some of your guys' questions.
Thank you. The next speaker I have with the hand raised is Maribel. Maribel, go ahead.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. This is Maribel with Hijas del Campo, and I love the art that you guys are creating and you're making. It's super important for people to see this, and brighten up their days. I mean, that's what art is. It inspires and sparks a smile and a thought. So thank you for that. And also, I just wanted to comment the gentleman who was talking about people who are facing near homelessness earlier during public comment. There is an organization, a few, who can help with this. ShelterInc.org is one. EcoFairHousing.org is another. And you can also reach out to the Village Community Resource Center. So they do have access to this information. So if you are in fear of near homelessness, please reach out to these places that I mentioned. And again, thank you to the high school students for this amazing work and for creating this beautiful tile, which isn't easy. So kudos to you and the mark that you're leaving behind.
Thank you. At this time, I have no additional hands raised.
Okay, if there are no more public comments, then we will close public comment and move into council discussion. If you have any additional questions or wish to express comments, if you could raise your hands, we will go to you. I see Vice Mayor Rodriguez's hand is up.
I figured out how to take it down. Okay. Sorry, man. There you go.
Okay. And Councilperson Rary?
I want to say that I really did like this project. When I first saw the mosaic, I thought it was very impressive. I was a little concerned of how it was to represent diversity, but now hearing the metamorphosis, the ability for change, it makes sense. So I'm glad that, they were able to explain that. I still have some concerns. I know everybody says, oh, the wall really wasn't. I walked out there today, and I looked, and there are little black marks across that entire wall. So skateboards are hitting it. Now, there was a couple tire marks across it, which were much bigger skids. But there was only a couple of those, but there's a whole bunch of little tiny black marks on that wall. Tile does break. I do know that the Liberty does make their own tile. That was something I believe the Educational Foundation gave them a grant to be able to make their own tile. So they will be able to make extra for us. That was a concern of mine is these skateboards. And again, it's not them rolling their skateboard along. It's them missing that turn and jumping off their skateboard and letting it fly. That's my concern on that wall. But beautiful, absolutely beautiful.
Okay, I don't see any more hands from council, so at this time,
When does it get installed? When's the time frame? I think I missed that part.
Sorry, do you mean when it's installed or when it's actually finished?
When will it be finished? Actually, yeah.
We don't have an exact date. It's going to be sometime June.
It'll be finished in June and possibly the ending of the school year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Well, I want to thank you all again for the outstanding work that you will be doing. I can't wait to see it in progress. Thank you again. This is always great. I have, over the years, had members of the PATA team come back into town and stand out in front of them with their friends from college and family and letting the community know and their friends what they did. And so it really does help the community in a wonderful way. So if there are no more questions and comments from council, could I get a motion, please?
I'll make a motion as detailed in the staff report, adopt a resolution regarding an MOU for the Public Art and Design Academy mural and amending the fiscal year 2020-21 operating budget.
Second.
And a second. Could I get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries
So
unanimous.
Thank you. At this time, we will go to item D6, a verbal update on Highway 4 sound study, and we'll turn it to Terrence Grindal, our Assistant City Manager.
Yes, Mayor Bryant, members of the City Council, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. In late 2019, the City Council directed staff to conduct a sound study for the Route 4 sound issue. There is significant community concern about highway noise impacting residential neighborhoods. While the city is not responsible for noise from the state highway, there was interest in understanding the extent of the issue in comparison to general plan noise standards. While the work on the scope of work began, the study did not proceed before the pandemic descended on us. The stay-at-home orders reduced traffic levels to the point where conducting the study would not have provided us valuable information. Therefore, we held off awaiting traffic noise levels to return to close to their pre-COVID levels. Traffic volumes are a key factor in noise generation. In fact, they are the key factor in noise generation, and traffic volumes are still substantially below the level experienced before the stay-at-home orders were issued. And the school site shutdowns have a major impact on that as well. However, in understanding of the frustration of the community, we have started the prep work for the sound study. We've completed the scope of work and have developed an RFP and published it and sent it to qualified noise consulting firms. We do not have a clear estimate of the cost of the study. We will find out in the responses to the RFP, but we do hope it'll be within our budget, our existing budget for consultants, and within the city manager's authority to enter into a contract. We could be prepared to move forward to the study in the next 30 to 45 days. I do recommend that we not actually conduct the study until traffic levels approximate normal traffic levels. The RFP and scope of work are available on the Community Development main webpage for council or community to review the details of the proposed study. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
If we have questions of staff, I see that Councilperson Mendoza's hand, and then Councilperson Rary after.
Yeah, I know one of the first things you said, it was not responsible for the noise on the highway. When we're approving developments, what's our role in noise and the impact of the noise? And what happens when the studies that we get are off and we accept them as, like, what do we do?
Right. When we look at residential projects or any development project, we assess the impact of the noise generated by that project, not from the road on the project. We look at the traffic studies that were done. The noise studies that were done as a part of the highway project that was constructed, and we do assess whether or not noise mitigation would be necessary to meet our general plan standards. But we rely on those studies and the CEQA that was done by the Bypass Authority and Caltrans.
So what happens when their studies are wrong? Who's responsible?
That's a long story, and but it's ultimately a legal question. But the person who constructs and maintains the highway are responsible.
So I'm sorry,
not the person.
So the people who construct the development and the highway, or
no,
just the highway?
The highway.
Okay. And when they're selling homes in these areas, does the seller disclose that there could be these issues with noise? Like, usually there's all these disclosures, but how do they have to tell the buyers?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have, and thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilperson Rary, and then Councilperson Meyer.
Yes, Terrence, I have spoke with a couple of the main people who have been disseminating the information to their neighborhoods. And one of the things that I said to them is that that they are going to be estimating whatever the noise is, and they're going to extrapolate from that and estimate what a pre-COVID noise level might be. But if they come out being less because we're not up to a certain standard, that this is a one-time, no do-over type of sound study. And a couple of them had said that they wouldn't mind waiting a few months, maybe wait 3 months. And I said, that might make sense with the vaccine being, more people getting the vaccine, that may get more people out on the roads, schools may return. But my question is, when do we have an estimate of when the elementary and high school will return to session? And do we know when LMC is? Because LMC has never been open. So we're going to have a whole new set of traffic going into that area that we've never had before. So we may need to look at doing the study when LMC has its traffic going in there.
Councilmember Rary, yes, I share your concerns. It's hard for me. I wish I had a crystal ball, and if I did, I would have bought GameStop a little while ago. But we don't really know when the schools are going to open. It goes back and forth, and we certainly don't know when we're going to return to it. But I agree with the vaccine coming. We could see a return to traffic that's close to what the normal levels are soon. You might have noted in the RFP that I did request the consultants propose to analyze to sort of factor up the traffic. I don't know if they can do that reliably. That's going to be one of the questions we ask in selecting consultants. But that's one of the things we were looking for. But as I said, I would recommend that we wait, like your community members are tolerant enough to wait a few months to get back to close to normal. The closer we are to normal, the more reliable the study's going to be.
And I'm sorry I didn't ask this question of you earlier, so you could be prepared. But when LMC was going through their CEQA, do we know if there was any noise mitigation factors that they had to do along Highway 4 there, because there will be an increase in traffic?
I don't know, but I would doubt it, since the highway was designed for a certain level of traffic volumes, and their project certainly didn't significantly increase those traffic volumes beyond the design level. It certainly will improve. It will increase traffic volumes over the existing situation, but it's going to be within the design of the highway. However, I don't have detailed information about that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. I have also spoken with residents at Trilogy, but on the other side, by Cortona and the houses that are right in that neighborhood as well, and I know there's some Shadow Lakes neighbors that are talking about impact as well. I know that Trilogy, at least I've heard from some of those residents, did receive disclosure when they bought their homes, as Councilmember Mendoza was talking about, but I don't know if the other homes on the other side of Balfour received that notification. And I also wonder what it looks like when there's resale going on. Do the new buyers coming in after the existing buyers leaving, are they receiving some sort of disclosure? And then the question I have about disclosures in general, if there are this many people that are that impacted by it to this degree, I don't know that the disclosures were accurate, again, as we've been hearing. But as we go through this process, are there communications that we can be providing on a regular basis to these residents through, some sort of newsletter or an opt-in kind of situation, so that they can be aware of the steps as they're happening? And that might have been too many things at once. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I can't really speak to the disclosure questions. Generally, the disclosures are most important when the highway isn't yet constructed and you're buying a house. They need to tell you that there's one coming, right? Because you look out your back door and there's green fields, but they need to tell you there's a roadway plan, because that Route 4 bypass has been planned for decades. But I can't speak directly to what disclosures are on what property. But generally, the disclosures are attached to the property. So during sales, you have to disclose them. Any of us who've bought a home realize there's usually a stack of disclosures to go through. The other question was, I'm sorry, you did ask a few too many.
My apologies. The part of that was, how could they possibly estimate to the correct degree of sound that's going to happen when it hasn't happened yet? And is that why there are so many people that are reacting this way and being impacted to this degree? That
goes way beyond my knowledge of sound science. So I'm going to have to ask that question, and you're going to have to ask that question of the sound consultant when they come present the report to you.
Thank you. And then the last part was around the communications, if there was some sort of opt-in or updates that we can be a little bit more transparent about so that people aren't questioning the process as it goes along.
Yes, I think we can let them know. I mean, we want to avoid telling people when a sound study is being done. You know, there's equipment out in place, so you want to have a real scientific measure. So you don't generally want to say, hey, this week, take off your mufflers and drive down the road. But we can certainly keep them up to date on where we're at with the process, and we can certainly keep the community up to date. There's a pretty active group, so the folks that have been contacting me in the past, if I can keep them informed when the RFP, with the process of the RFP, when there's an actual contract in place, I can let people know.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes, Terrence, really quick, what are we looking at in regards to cost to do the study? What are we looking at? Do you know, Terrence?
Unfortunately, I don't. It's a fairly unique kind of study, being that we want to study the impact of the whole 5-mile corridor on all residential properties. So we really don't know. Until we hear a proposal back from the consultants, we have just the vaguest guess, which I hesitate to give.
Okay. And through the study, whatever we find, Terrence, will we then share that with Caltrans to hope that they would address those concerns?
Absolutely.
Okay. And what if Caltrans says they don't want to do it? I mean, if they can't do it, or they're not able, or they drag their feet. I mean, I'm not trying to say that the state drags their feet on anything, but sometimes you got to almost pull teeth to get things done sometimes. So I'm just wondering what happens with that, Terrence?
Well, I don't know the details of that, but I can tell you there are a lot of people who live near highways who have noise complaints. Caltrans does address them eventually, but Caltrans has a whole section on dealing with that question, so I really don't know. And before Damien jumps in, I think we are extending beyond what was agendized for this discussion, so I got to kind of stop there.
Thank you, Terrence. Thank you.
If there are no more questions of staff, at this time we will open for public comments to those who have not already spoken to this agenda item, and I'll turn it to Margaret.
I received no public comments on this item via email or otherwise prior to the meeting. I need to adjust my screen here. I have 3 hands raised. However, Mr. Dash already spoke on this item under public comment, so I'll call on Mr. Floor. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. I want to point out, first of all, that we love Terrence Grindall, and we appreciate the job he's doing, but he is dangerously wrong, as far as I know, about who is responsible for paying for sound walls. I have quite a bit of familiarity with this issue. I've been speaking with Mr. Dash extensively and done some research on my own. The fact is that several years ago, the state pushed a number of expenses down onto the cities and counties in order to balance the budget, and sound walls is one of those expenses. While the state continues to maintain a standard for how much noise you can have coming off of that freeway, if that noise is exceeded, it is up to either the city or the county, depending on the location of, if you're in a city, the city has to pay for it. If you're in a county, the county has to pay for it. And I can definitely show you a site that the County of Los Angeles District 7 has up. They've built a whole website around dealing with that expense and that issue. So it's extraordinarily dangerous for the city to be assuming that Caltrans will pay for these sound walls. They will not. The city must, and the city can be compelled. So this is an important thing to understand. And as we have more residential going up in PA1 along the Highway 4 corridor, we need to be aware of that. The fact is that I know Mr. Brendel doesn't know the history, but the Sienna neighborhood, the sound wall there was mistakenly built too low. There's a whole history behind it, and we can catch you up. The other thing is that the sound wall is only one solution, probably the cheapest solution if it's doable and if you can get Caltrans and the state to go along with it, would just be to lower the speed limit for a few miles through the city down to something more reasonable like 35. And you don't really need a sound study to understand this issue. You can hear it. I can hear it, the highway, from my backyard, and I'm quite a distance from the freeway. And many people from Sienna and Trilogy have spoken quite eloquently to the prior city council on this issue. It is loud. It is deafening. These people cannot be in their backyards. There's people that pay, like have $1 million houses in Trilogy. They can't even go in their patio. So it's not a small problem. It's a major problem. The city needs to get on top of it. Again, you can be compelled. And the people that are suffering through this have been very patient. But at some point, some lawyer is going to come along and explain to them exactly what they can do, and this city is going to take it in the shorts. So we need to get on top of it. We need to get it taken care of, and we need to do it sooner rather than later because this is a huge expenditure just living in the closet. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Cinziana Todor. Cinziana, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. Good evening, everyone. I really appreciate the update on this noise study. As we know, Brentwood has a chronic sound problem. I call it chronic because it's just getting worse and worse every day, and this is not the first time you hear me talking about noise. And while the report actually focused on the freeway portion of the study, I would like to see and find out what happened with Mr. Rodriguez's proposal to have a citywide study done. Possibly it gets too expensive, but if we can target critical areas where we can hear sound, at the level that people cannot sleep or even do their real estate transactions as far as selling their homes without, because of this nuisance, it will be very beneficial for everyone. So, again, I would like to see something in writing as much as possible. I know it's a lot of liability to put anything on the paper, but I think it'll be beneficial to be able to share with everyone, not just a video, but something that is, more shareable and accessible to more people. And I want to speak a little bit about why am I mentioning a citywide study. For example, I live at the crossing of Brentwood Boulevard and Sand Creek Road. And by the way, Mr. Rodriguez, this is part of District 2, and we're not able to sleep over the weekend. Typically, Saturdays and Sundays are the worst, but we do encounter a lot of cars racing up and down undisturbed during the week sometimes too. It's very critical between 10:30 p.m. and 1 a.m. We hear, I'm not really sure what it is, but cars are up and down, keeping us awake. I reported this problem before, as I said, and we have to keep dealing with this high level of noise every single weekend and also during the week. And while we cannot control who drives on the city streets, maybe a conclusive noise study result can give Brentwood PD the tools to enforce certain noise-related activity on our city streets, such as the ones that I mentioned above. So thank you so much for your attention, and have a good meeting.
Thank you. The next speaker is Benjamin Kellogg. Mr. Kellogg, go ahead.
Hi, good evening again. I would like to speak regarding, along the same lines as Ms. Todor was speaking about, a citywide noise study. Like she was stating, the east side of town particularly, people race up and down Lone Tree from Brentwood Boulevard to Fairview, from Brentwood Boulevard on Sand Creek down to Fairview. Adams, Grant. It's basically a racetrack. And I'd like to thank Councilmember Rodriguez for when I reached out to him regarding people doing donuts in our neighborhood, allowing me to speak to the police chief and such. However, it just still continues on a daily, nightly. It's not just a weekend issue. It's all of the time. Whether it's small, souped-up vehicles, it's trucks, it's everything. It's basically the Indy 500 and Daytona wrapped into one. It's less, it seems like, on the west side of town near the freeway because there is more traffic over there. But when you get on the east side of town, it really is ridiculous. And people try to sleep. Kids are out riding bikes. I would love to find a way that we could get more patrols in the area, whether or not it's actual a police car with a person in it, or whether it's placing a police vehicle with no one in it on the side of the road to slow people down, because it's getting insane, and someone is going to get hit, whether it's a pedestrian, whether or not it's another vehicle that's going to get flipped over, and there will be a fatality. I really, really wish that the City Council, Police Department can do something regarding this issue, because it really needs to come up on the list of critical issues throughout the city. Thank you.
There's no additional hands raised at this time. And if those people that have already spoke could put their hands down.
Mr. Mayor, if Dash could speak, since we've had an update provided to us, he may have additional comments that he'd like to make since the update was given to us, which he didn't have the opportunity to hear prior to his comments earlier.
Well, and also I think that they're allowed 3 minutes before in the beginning to talk whatever they want, and then they get an additional 3 minutes on the agenda item per our training last week. So they can speak twice, even though they spoke about it before.
Okay, I don't have any reason not to positively respond to that. So if Mr. Dash would like an additional 3 minutes.
Mr. Dash,
thank you,
go ahead.
Council Member. Thank you, Council Member, for giving me the opportunity. Yeah, I just want to comment on few on Mr. Terrence's report because I have been very deeply involved in this one. I have got a lot of reports from Jim Fresher's office when they were working with the Caltrans and everything. So the first point is that there was never a noise study done in this corridor. The first noise study was done in 2006 when the community was not built, and that doesn't address the issue. The second study was done in 2014 when the bypass authority, they met on November 13, 2014, before the highway was built, and that noise study was done in the Somerset, not in the Siena or the Trilogy area, nowhere in this corridor. So that noise study reflect what was the sound in the Somerset, which is like far apart from where we are having this issue. So I have all these reports, and if Mr. Terrence wants, because I had shared with the council members before, and Mr. Casey, his I think the team, the manager, everyone, all this information. Now coming to Ms. Jovetta's question, Amanda's question, that did the builder give us a notification or declaration like there will be a possible noise issues? There is a mention of it, but it never said like you will be on constant noise, you cannot open the windows, and there is also a declaration in that part of this thing which I have shared with Leonard, the builder. It says clearly like the sound wall will be extended if the noise levels are high or if it goes beyond certain levels. The city, based on city's, I think so the feedback, they have included that declaration on my the properties. I mean the legal papers I have from them. So that was the reason why Leonard was at one time the builder of this property was involved with the city to do something because it is clearly mentioned that the sound wall has to be done. And the third thing is that if you look at sound wall behind my house, the ramp is built. The height of the ramp is higher than the sound wall. The sound wall is below, and Mr. Casey and his team have come number of times to my house with meetings, and the city planning people, everyone have looked at it, and it's obvious. And what the gentleman spoke before, that anyone passes by the Highway 4 taking the exit Belfour, you can see how low is that sound wall. The ramp is above the thing. So I have got tons of information to share if you need, which have been done from 2018, and thanks for giving me this opportunity.
There's no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, we will close public comments. We will move into council discussions. Is there anyone in council, if you could raise your hand if you'd like more comments? Councilperson Rarick.
I would like to find out from the school districts if they have an anticipated time that they may reopen both the elementary, high school, and the college district, and see if we can base, and it might be within a couple months, maybe it won't be till fall. Hopefully, it's, we're not waiting until fall to reopen, even on a hybrid, and do the study at that time. I did when I corresponded with Dash earlier today. He said he'd be willing for the 3 months to wait and to proceed, so that maybe the vaccinations will help to bring more people the ability to return to work. And who knows, levels may not get back to where they were because more people will be telecommuting. Their companies have found that they are able to do the work that way. And some may be finding they're getting more hours out of their employees by having them telecommute. But it is something we need to get done. This is something that has been a year in the making, even longer since Dash has been contacting us, probably a year longer than that. So it's time that we do move forward on this. I think waiting at least a couple of months would be prudent on our part.
Okay, and I don't see any other speakers. Thank you for that.
I do agree that, I think they have to be 5 consecutive days of red for the schools to open. So maybe, I don't know, we can talk to the schools about when it is, because we've had a lot of really good days lately on my daily spreadsheet. But the problem is also I don't live that far, and it's pretty loud, Karen, so I'm sorry, Councilmember Rarick, so I don't know. It's the reason I think people are calling in now is because even right now with COVID, it's really loud. So, and I live almost all the way on the other side by the county line. So hopefully the sooner, we can do it with the schools open, the better.
Thank you. Is there any? Yes.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, I hear the council's comments, and certainly we'll factor school reopening. We'll investigate that and factor that into the decision about when to go forward. So I'm happy to do that.
And can you create even a link on the website regarding the study to give us periodic updates so that residents can, or what will you do to keep them updated?
Certainly, we can do that. We can put up a link on the website.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no more comments, thank you, Terrence, for that. And I absolutely, completely agree. This is something that this council and the previous one have clearly heard and taken very seriously, but we want to make sure that we get it done right so that as much benefit as can be had is had for our residents. So there is no more action needed on that item. So we will move to item D2. Consideration of and direction to staff regarding the commission appointment process, including the possible selection of applicants to interview. And Terrence, this is you again.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, thanks for your time on this. Bruce Mulder and I worked on this process together, but I'm going to go ahead and make the presentation. As you know, at your meeting on January 26th, there was a question about the process for selecting planning commissioners, arts commissioners, and parks commissioners, and so this item is returning for that, with giving you some options for having in-person interviews where the entire council could weigh in and have a role to play in determining which applicants were best for the city council. Best for these commissions. Our code and state law says that the mayor makes the appointment of makes the recommendation of the commissioners, and the city council approves or does not approve those commissioners. So within those parameters, the proposed way of achieving the council's directed process, where there could be some interaction from all five city council members, is as follows. And I'm sorry this gets a little bit involved, so I do want to go over it. Unless an applicant's withdrawn their application, all the received applicants will be provided to the city council. And again, I want to clarify, this is staff's recommended process. You of course can tweak it any way going forward, but I'll just lay out what staff's recommending. The mayor and city councils will each choose 5 candidates to be interviewed from among the applications submitted. Each applicant that is selected by at least 2 of the mayor council members will be advanced for an interview. The interviews will be held at a special meeting, and to interview the applicants for each commission, unless the number of candidates otherwise permits, there will be 1 meeting for each commission. The purpose of each meeting is to allow the city council members to interview applicants to provide advice to the mayor on who could be considered for appointment, and for the city council to consider approval of the mayor's recommended appointees. Except for the park and rec commissioners, the formal appointment of whom must occur at a regularly scheduled city council meeting, the meeting notice agenda will be drafted to allow the final action to approve the mayor's recommendation appointees at that special meeting. Each special meeting will be held in person or virtually, most likely virtually, and will be properly noticed and open to the public. Redacted and applications and resumes of each applicant will be attached to the meeting agenda, and in fact, they are attached to this item tonight. Public comment will be received on the special meetings agenda item. The virtual WebEx meetings, the applicants will be attendees at the meeting start and promoted to panelists in the interview sequence. The order of the sequence will be randomly selected by the city clerk drawing names. Each applicant will provide up to 5-minute opening statement. The mayor and each council member will then have the opportunity to ask 1 question of each applicant. Each council member will submit up to 3 questions in order of preference to the city clerk, no later than 24 hours before the special meeting. In case of multiple city council members asking the same question, their second or third question may be used. The city clerk will share the final questions with the applicants prior to the meeting. The same questions must be asked of all applicants. Each applicant will be limited to 3 minutes per each question. Limited follow-up questions may be permitted by the mayor based on available time. After the interviews are complete, the mayor, with the assistance of the city clerk, will poll the city council members for their top 3 choices in order from first to last. The mayor will then state his top 3 choices in order from first to last, indicating which applicant will be appointed to a full term or to complete an unexpired term if applicable. And then it would be submitted to the city council for approval. Following submittal of the mayor's recommended applicants, there will be city council discussion and then a vote on each applicant until all open seats are filled. If the applicant receives the majority of city council votes, including those of the mayor, then then they are approved. For the Park and Recreation Commission, a final vote on the recommended candidates will occur at a regular City Council meeting. If an applicant does not receive a majority vote, they are not selected, and the mayor could either make another recommendation or ask staff to advertise the commission opening again to seeking additional applicants. I know that's a mouthful, but that's the proposal, where within state law and our existing procedures, you could conduct an interview process. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and of course adjust the process if the council requests.
I do have Councilperson Mendoza's hand, and then Councilperson Rary, and then Councilperson Meyer, in that order. Councilperson Mendoza.
Sorry about that. There was a couple of things that I read that just some suggestions. Number one, I don't think we need a 5-minute opening. I think anything that we'll ask will probably include the information from their opening, and their opening is kind of their application and their resume. That's their calling card. So I think that would, I don't think we need that. Also, I think you said that we each get to ask one question, but how many questions did you have in the original interview process? Wasn't it 8 or so?
We asked 7 substantive questions, and the 8th was anything else you want to add.
Okay, 7 questions. So you're envisioning this going down to 5 questions versus the 7?
That's the recommendation, yes.
Okay, what do we get to see the final 5 questions before they're published? Because I'm wondering if there's something, if people are adamant about another question that's not on there, maybe we can email you and get back to maybe not more than the 7 that you originally had, is a thought. Also, I'm from an interview perspective, and I'm really against giving questions beforehand, and I'll be honest about why. I get people sending me their interview questions and their projects to do before interviews all the time. So I actually help people prepare for interviews, and I don't think that that's something we want. We want something with genuine skill set, not something that someone else prepared for them, which we know happens.
Councilmember Mendoza, I don't want to be argumentative, but the issue we face with that is that the person who goes first is at a severe disadvantage from the other.
Well, I'm getting to that one. So
okay,
we need to, so in Zoom, you have rooms, and you put them in rooms, and my expectation was that this room, and I don't know if WebEx can do it or we're going to have to use Zoom one time, but you put them in a room where they can't hear what's going on, put them in with the staff. Everyone has to have their mics on, no phones, no nothing. So they're not hearing any of what's going on. And then as soon as their time comes up, you pull them from the room. So you can do that in Zoom easily so that they don't hear any of the questions. So that was another one. And I'm okay with discussing each applicant, but I mean, last time there was hesitation about people discussing applicants. I don't know how anyone else feels about that. And with selecting 2 people, I still think, we're going to have a lot. And I think we should actually we each select 5, but they have to be selected by 3 council members. So you're still selecting 5 people. And to move forward, anyone who gets 3 or more in order to narrow down that pool. Because if not, we're still going to have a lot if you look at kind of the way the math pans out. So I thought one of the purposes was in whittling down the number of interviews we were going to do. So, and those are my comments, I think, for right now.
Yes, in case those were questions, those seem to be questions that the council needs to address. So
yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Councilperson Rary.
So let me get this right. Let me get this straight. We all submit our rank choicing, the first to last of 3. And the mayor then can discard all of that and make his own selections without taking any of that into consideration. Is that what I got out of?
That is accurate. That's accurate. That's the way the process works. That's the mayor makes his selection. In this process simply gives the council an opportunity to advise him on your preference, but the mayor makes the selection, and the council members either approve or do not approve.
But I thought we all got to see how everyone force ranked, though, because that's why you're doing force ranking. So he can choose them, but everyone in Brentwood and all of us will see the force ranking, right? That's what I understood it as, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So he chooses, but everyone's going to see how they force ranked.
I believe that's the case, or at least it can be.
Okay. Well, if we could see the force rankings, that would be good.
Councilperson Ritter, was that all your questions at this time?
Yes, that's the only question I had of staff.
Okay. Then Councilperson Meyer.
Thank you. Terrence, have you been in contact with all of the applicants, and did you advise them of the new process for public interviews, and did any of them back out of this process?
We were I attempted to contact all the planning commission applicants. I was only able to reach 6 of the 11, and one of the 6 I contacted is not interested in proceeding, although that person is interested in being on the Parks Commission. So it's more of a preference than a lack of interest in the commission.
Okay. Are you still going to attempt?
Bruce was able to reach all of the applicants for the Arts and the Parks and Rec Commission, and they all were interested and willing to proceed through this process.
And will you be reaching out to the remaining Planning Commission interviewees or applicants about this to make sure there's...
Yes, I already have. I left messages, but they haven't returned it yet.
Okay. The next thing, I watched the Pittsburgh City Council meetings, and this is kind of just an FYI for everyone. They had all of their applicants be interviewed by all council during the council meeting, and each council member had questions for each of the applicants. And they did do it where the applicants had not seen the questions prior, and they had not heard the previous interviews, because I agree with you about we don't want number 10 or whatever benefiting from hearing number 1 through 9. So I would like to see if there's a way that we can make that happen. And out of all fairness, and I have also been asked to help people with their resumes and applications. So I understand what Councilmember Mendoza is saying. And really what we want is for this to be fair and equal opportunity for everyone who wants to apply, and make sure that nobody has a little bit of a heads up in that way, just for the sake of clarity and equity here. I think that was it. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes, Terrence, is there a way to keep all 7 questions, and maybe after each person interviewed, somebody could ask 2, we could switch off? Just so, because I think that one of the things that was good, I think all 7 questions were pretty good questions in regards to the interview. So it'd be sad if we took out a couple of those questions or any of the questions when, I mean, one person could ask maybe one more than someone else in one interview, and then we could switch off. But at least all 7 questions could be asked.
The council can do it any way. You can do it any way you want. Just recommend that you have a clear procedure going forward. So that's entirely possible. I would advise, though, that for the case of the Planning Commission, there's likely to be 10 applicants. So asking 7 questions, 3 minutes each, it starts to be a very late night. So just we're trying to balance that factor as well.
Say that again, Terrence. Say that, please. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. If there's 10 applicants and they're each asked 7 questions, and you allow 3 minutes each, it adds up to a lot of time. That's about a 4-hour meeting without anything else.
Yeah, I know you were there, Terrence, but I know I've already experienced that, and it is a long process. But I also know it was to me, it was a fair process. So I think that, asking the 7 questions, that, obviously they could be switched or however that is, but asking those 7 questions, I thought was good. Obviously, it's up to the council at the end of the day. So in regards to the current planning commission, is everybody okay to stay until we're completed with this process? How long would this process take until we could actually get some new commissioners?
I'll answer the first part. The first question, when it comes to the planning commission, all have indicated their willingness to stay as our code allows. However, if this starts to take months, then we're going to have to keep checking back in. But they've all indicated their willingness. When it comes to the question of how long it would take, we have to find this. We simply have to schedule a meeting. The way this is arranged, it could be accomplished in a single meeting. So whenever we can find a special meeting date for each of these commissions, we would want to do that. We probably want to prioritize the Parks Commission since they don't have the same rule of the folks staying on. So they don't have a commission that can meet a quorum right now. So, but anyway, it's a single meeting, so it's really about scheduling. But once that's scheduled, it can be done in a single evening.
And then obviously, if we don't get to a point where we agree on the commissioners, we may start losing the current commissioners if it takes too long or however that works. Right? Am I right on that? Because they're not mandated to stay. This is an option to them, right? To be able to stay further than what they've agreed, right?
Right. They can always resign, but my understanding from them is they're dedicated to the work they've been doing and they'll stay.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Terrence.
Okay. If there are no more questions of staff at this time.
I just wanted to clarify something. I raised my hand again.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. I wanted to make sure that just that I'm understanding this correctly. We're not using the same 7 questions, right? This is why we're submitting new ones. We already have those answers to those questions. Correct? You've all seen them, so we don't ask those questions again. We're asking new questions. I'm just looking for confirmation of that.
The proposed process is new questions.
Okay, good.
Nothing to stop you or any other council member from reusing one of those questions, but it's a new process as proposed, as drafted by staff, but it's up to the city council to decide.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry about that. Oh, sorry.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. And then the other thing is, the night that we have this meeting, actually, we will be deciding. It looks like to me, like there won't delay past that meeting because the process that we're setting up is going to allow for the top group to be chosen. I mean, I'm thinking that's what it looks like to me. Is that right?
That's correct. It's structured so that the council can, at that same meeting, take it, that the mayor can propose and the council can act. That's the way it's structured. However, if there's no agreement reached, then it wouldn't happen. There ultimately needs three votes for each applicant.
Okay, thank you.
And if I could just further clarify that, for the Parks and Recreation Commission, those appointments need to occur at a regular meeting of the City Council, so they couldn't occur the same night as the interviews if that interview night was a special meeting. So we ideally, if the council moves forward with some new process, those the Parks and Recreation interviews occur first before your meeting of February 23rd. So if agreement is reached, the formal appointment could come on at your next council meeting.
Okay, thank you.
And I apologize, I must have misheard or something, but so there'll be new questions like Councilmember Myers had mentioned, right, Meyer? I apologize for that, but yeah, okay, that's great.
Not a problem, Councilmember Rodriguez.
Well, if there are no more questions, then we will move to public comment, and I'll turn it to Margaret.
There was one public comment received via email after the 3 p.m. period. A summary that will be posted on our website on the council agenda page. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the WebEx feature. I'll call your name, and, if provided, and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after your time has expired. I have 3 speakers with their hands raised. The first speaker is Rod Floor. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. Just briefly, I think it's really important that this be done in an open and transparent way. And there are a couple reasons. One is the Amber Lane revision approval that we all just sat through a few weeks ago. Just made many people in the public, they felt like the applicant was given favored treatment, that they made substantial revisions that changed the character of the apartment complex in a way that would have justified a more thorough review of the design. And Hankins and Roberts there were pretty much willing to do that, but the other 3 were not, and one of those people is one of the people put forward by the mayor, and so we want to see her questioned about that. The other reason, of course, and I've been asked not to keep emphasizing this, and I promise I won't necessarily continue, but the mayor did receive a very large, very, very, very large contribution from an applicant who will be coming forward very shortly with a project that is very controversial in this community. And I just hope the mayor appreciates that when you do something like that, you put all of us in a position to where we can't just go on trust, right? I'm really sorry to have to keep bringing it up. It's $40,000. I think about the people that Councilmember Rodriguez talks about all the time who are, kind of left out of everything, and what $40,000, if you talk to one of those people and say, hey, what do you think about what $40,000 would do for your life? I mean, it's a lot of money. It's not a little bit of money. It's a lot of money, and people just cannot trust that the mayor is not going to be doing favors. Now, he did say that he would be glad to take that money from a person and then basically screw them by not doing what they want. And I think that reveals a level of moral corruption that is staggering. I mean, I make political contributions, and I make contributions to people that I agree with, and I expect that most of the time I'll be agreeing with their decisions. And if somebody was taking my money under false pretenses, well, that's fraud, right? It's just not something that an honest person would do. So it really makes it important that we have absolute transparency in a public meeting where we can see it, and I just wish the mayor would just give that money back so we could stop having this cloud hang over our city. It's an embarrassment is what it is. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jody Marfia, followed by Carolina. Jody, go ahead.
Thank you. So number one, I wanted to say thank you for, posting the comments for the public on the website ahead of time, except the link doesn't work. So it's really nice to see the comments, but they're not there. So the comments for the previous meetings are there, but not this one. So it would have been really nice to see the public comments for this actual meeting at this point. I agree with everything Rod said prior to this, and I guess I just had one question is, now that the rules have changed for applicants for the Planning Commission, are applications still being accepted, or are they only sticking with the people who were applying previously?
The next speaker is Carolina, followed by Benjamin. Carolina, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. The question I had kind of piggybacks off what the previous caller asked, because I had a chance to look at the application, and considering we only have 20% Brentwood to build out, it would be a travesty that 20% went the way of the Amber Lane Apartments building project. I know I spoke on this to the Planning Commission at their meeting, and I'll let you know that I had a flashback. I lived in South Bend, Indiana in 1976, and we stayed at a friend's apartment complex. And I had flashbacks to her apartment complex because it had those those shaker shingles and that whole 70s vibe, and I kept looking at the drawings going, why is it so familiar? It's been a moment, and then all of a sudden it came to me. Oh, my God, this is a 1970s-style apartment complex. This is atrocious. This should not happen in Brentwood. We need people on the planning committee who understand materials, the quality of the materials, who understand the Brentwood aesthetic, who understand builder drawings, and who have had some experience with the whole building process, who are not builders. And so right now I went through the applications, and frankly, there were only 2 people on there that had any type of experience at all. So I'm not sure how we're going to find 3 people from that entire list of 11. Now it seems that there's fewer, who would be qualified. So my question to you, Council, is would you open up for more applicants to apply so that we could find some people who are willing to hold up builders to the Brentwood standard so that we can keep our city beautiful? Thank you.
The next speaker is Benjamin Kellogg. Mr. Kellogg, go ahead.
Hi again. Open and transparent is obviously the way to go in this. This process should be treated as if this was the private sector. I don't know why we don't do this. Just because it's a volunteer commission, we should lower our standards. It shouldn't be who you know or who you donated to or who you endorsed during the election. It should be based on your experience in the subject that you are applying for. We want people on commissions who are above the pale of integrity, who are the cream of the crop, and have the most experience in order to make our city the best it can be, rivaling other cities around us, not only in East County, but throughout the Bay Area. Would you hire someone for a position like city attorney or city manager who had no legal experience, didn't pass the bar, or someone who had no experience running a city? Why should we expect and allow less for our commissions? Thank you.
There's no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Okay, since there is no more public comment, we will close public comment and move into council discussion. And if you would like to raise your hand, we can, if you have more discussion on this item. Councilperson.
Was that me? Yes. Okay. So I just went through the 7 questions that we have, or 8 questions that were, and to me, those were appropriate questions. One of the things that I think got us to this point is that we didn't know why those candidates were selected. And so because there was no explanation of why, is why we wanted to hear what was there something in their interview process that was like, wow, that just didn't come across in their resumes and in the form that they filled out. So I think that was how we got to where we're at right now, is because there was no explanation of why they were selected, just that they were selected. So the 7 questions, I'm okay with those. If I think Vice Mayor Rodriguez had said he liked those 7 questions as well. And everybody knows what those questions are because they've already all had them. The next thing, people say, that there's not a qualified person there, or there's only 2 qualified people. Well, there's a training that takes place when you're appointed to this. And you need to go through it. Just like as council people, we go through training, and new mayors and city council person. I even went through it again for the 2nd time. And that's because there's new things that are coming up, and so they are being trained on how to do this. It does take time, just like a city council. It takes, maybe up to a year, and in some cases 2 years for people to really get their footing, to understand what is really taking place within the agendas. And they ask a lot of questions, and so they learn, and it's a learning process. we are in a situation right now where we are, our planning is something that we need to make sure we do have the right people in there. People who are going to require the best for Brentwood and in this planning and ask for the most. And so I think those things are important when we're making the decisions. I'm good with the 7 questions and moving forward.
Thank you. Councilperson Mendoza.
Yeah, I would like some new questions that they don't prep for. So, I mean, maybe we can keep the 7 or, dwindle that down and maybe add 3 new ones that would be new to them. There's questions I have about stuff that wasn't asked that is a city focus, which is economic development. And I would really like to know more about that from them. So I've put together actually a few questions regarding that. So I'd like to know more about that because residential is, again, 20% of build out, and economic development is going to be a bigger portion of hopefully what they're doing going forward. And I didn't feel like the questions really focused on that at all. And that's going to be a big, big focus for the city. So I'd like to see some questions on that. So maybe, like I said, if we all submit a question and then take the one that you like the best from the survey would be great. But I do want, I want us to be able to focus on that if possible. And then how many people do we want to interview? I mean, people get applications and you dwindle it down to the best of your applicants. You don't interview all of your applicants. So I think Terrence, you had said we pick 5 and you have to have at least 2 city council people to move forward. Is that what you said?
That's what the proposal is, yes.
Yeah, and I still think we'd probably have the 10. So maybe if we do 3, we dwindle it down. It's still 5. We're still picking 5, so we're all going to overlap quite a bit. But it might help dwindle it down to maybe 7 or 8. A few people. So that's what I'm hoping we can do. I don't know if anyone. I mean, those would be the changes I would make. And again, I want questions that they don't get beforehand and that they can study and then they can go sit with someone. And yeah, they answer the questions, but wouldn't you go back to someone who's a subject matter expert and redo all of your answers? I would. So, I mean, it doesn't tell me what they know and they don't know. It tells me what their friend might know and not know.
Thank you.
If anyone else has any questions?
Councilperson Meyer.
Thank you. Obviously, we're a little bit torn on who likes the first 7 questions and who wants to ask additional. I would like to propose that each of us picks 1 question that is the most important to us, just to kind of streamline this process a little bit. And then if you want to pick from one of the 7, you can do that. Or if you want to choose something new, I would like to choose something new as well. That's a little bit more important to me, that those be put together as for a total of 5. I do think that needing 3 council member supportive votes would be a good way to move forward into again, streamline things a little bit and keep the process a little bit shorter. And I also, again, like Pittsburgh is doing, I don't think the question should be shared priorly. I think we need to figure out a way to do that. But however we can make this a little bit more streamlined, like we were talking about with Terrence, like finding out for sure that people are still interested in doing it, even though they are going to be subject to a public interview, which we all know is scary. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yeah, I think like Councilmember Meyer just said, it could be scary, right, through going through this process. And I hope that, going through this process where it's going to be public, everybody's going to be involved, but there could be a sense of, respect for the people that are applying, because I think they're doing this out of kindness of their heart. I mean, they're volunteering their time with the city, even our past commissioners that have. So I'm just, my only concern is that this gets out of control where we're starting to knock people and degrade people in this process, right? So obviously, I can't speak for everybody. Everybody has their own style, their own way of doing things. But I do know that regardless if I agree with them or not, I mean, they're stepping up to try to be part of the city, which is great. And I'm hoping that that's the only concern I can have when we start involving a lot of people. But I love the transparency. I'll be honest with you, I experienced it for the first time 2 years ago. My understanding this is the practice that Brentwood's been doing for many, many years. So honestly, we inherited. It's not something that I don't think the mayor nor myself chose this process. It's what it's always been. So I think the change is good, but I also think that we need to be careful on the way that we, the way that we conduct it, I guess, in a way, where we still got to respect that these are people in our community that are volunteering their time to be on the commission. So I agree. I think that it's a good process. But once again, if we could, the way that we do, will hopefully it'll come out even better. That's it.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I could make a comment about how it's always been, it hasn't been an interview process. I know when I applied for the Park Commission, there was no interview process. It was they sat down, they decided who they wanted, and they picked from the applications that were submitted. So it hasn't always been this way, but.
What about the Planning Commission, Karen? Has it always been that way?
Well, even the Planning Commission, I actually was appointed to the Planning Commission without even applying to it. I was appointed to the Planning Commission, but since I was working for the Brentwood Press at the time, my publisher had said, I don't think that you should be in the back room of the office. They don't want you there, and you have a choice. You're either working for us or you're on the Planning Commission. And I chose to, do my journalism rather than be on the Planning Commission. So in both those cases, there was no interview process whatsoever.
We've come a long way then, Councilmember Larry. I didn't know that. I'll be honest, like I said, I just got on here 2 years ago, and I thought that was the norm. But so I think we've come a long way, so it's good for change. But yeah, thank you for sharing that.
And I apologize for laughing out loud for that. I didn't realize my mic was open, but as far as I've been on council, it was an interview process, and I don't know how long before that it moved that way. But in the process and being a part of this with former mayor, I absolutely agree that the questions must be fresh questions that nobody is able to prepare for exactly the reasons everyone has said. We want the person that is able to do the job. And yes, a public process of interviewing and questioning from the full council can be intimidating, but that will be the least intimidating and scary part of the job if they are appointed. They need to be able to withstand scrutiny and be able to make a decision based upon their skill sets and their facts. And so I completely agree with that. I really like this ability so that everyone is able to see and to answer your comment and maybe a question, Councilmember Rary. And I know you've interviewed people for things also in your professional career. The interview process, sometimes when you see a fantastic application and resume, you go in after reading that resume almost certain that this person is the person that you had in mind, and then they do a terrible job at an interview, or vice versa, transverse to that, if they have a terrible or not as outstanding application, but they interview very, very well. They are very solid in the subject matter. They've got great insight and experience that isn't shown in that. It makes a big difference. So it's really, I'm very happy that we're moving this way so that the entire council can see both components of that and not just have to rely on a recommendation from the mayor and wonder what happened. And so I'm really happy to see this moving forward, and I really hope we can get moving forward on this very quickly so that we can have full commissions moving forward immediately. So if there is no more discussion, if I could get a motion, please.
Well, on the motion, can I make a motion but change it to selected by a minimum of 3 council members? and the questions are not, because, I mean, there's the whole long process. So I don't know, Damien, and I don't know if everyone agrees with me on that. Are you guys all, or sorry, not guys, but are you all okay with 3 of us matching up? We still pick 5, and 3 is still going to have a lot of crossover on 5, but hopefully it'll narrow down. And then I think I don't know how everyone else feels about fresh questions.
I'm okay with fresh questions. I mean, I think, like the mayor says, or maybe I think like Councilmember Meyer mentioned was selecting maybe one question from the 7, and then maybe a new one. I don't know. I know a lot's been said, but my thing is I'm okay with either or, to be honest with you. I just know that it is better if they don't know the questions, because honestly they can't study. They don't know what's on there, so I do agree with that. So yeah, either or I'm fine with, but I think it is better to not let them know what we're going to be asking. And Councilmember Mendoza, are you saying that we all select 5, and then out of that 5, we go down to 3?
Well, out of that 5, 3 of us would have had to put the name on the list. So that way we're not interviewing all 10. We hopefully can narrow it down a little. It probably won't narrow it down that much, but hopefully it narrows it down. Because I think, Terrence, you had said at least 2 people would have had to have select out of their 5. 2 of them would have to have matched. And I'm just saying, let's up it a little bit to maybe take away 1 or 2 interviews.
Yes, if you don't mind, actually, there's 2 points I want to make that for information clarification. It's typical in these kinds of settings to have the number that you need to interview be less than the number of votes it takes to be selected. It creates more diversity of applicants.
Okay.
So then that's fine. That's common. Secondly, we would have to change our virtual meeting system in order to do that. My understanding is our existing system doesn't allow the rooms. That was my first choice too, but so I want to make sure Margaret has a chance to weigh in on whether we can accomplish the keeping people separate and not knowing the questions until afterwards. So I just want to make sure Margaret had a chance to weigh in. Thanks.
Mayor and Council, using our current system with WebEx, we do not have the ability to have breakout rooms.
I'm wondering if we could just do, okay, so I have a license. Can we use my license? And I'll just upgrade it for 1 month.
I think we probably should use a city license, Councilmember Mendoza.
I was just offering my services.
and they're very much appreciated.
1 month trial with Zoom?
1 free month trial, and just update it to the business one where you have rooms.
I think part of that challenge is we also have to coordinate that system with our meeting system, our Granicus system here. And so I have no reason to believe it wouldn't work, but that does take some time to put into effect. And I can't speak for our information systems department on what the technology side of things would require. I know it sounds easy to do, but there's a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff that I just don't know what that entails.
I think we could still run the meeting on WebEx, but just do the screen share from Zoom on the candidates.
How about a suggestion?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can we ask for the applicants to come to City Hall, sit socially distanced from each other with a mask on, and then pull them into the room where they would then be a part of that WebEx?
I was just going to suggest the same thing, and then the public can watch it via WebEx, and we can put them, I'm gone.
We can hear you. We can hear you. You're just a little frozen here and there.
Okay. We can put them in the closed session room. I'll bring them out.
That's certainly an option, but you could have candidates who are concerned about exposure and have not left their home, and that would put them at an unfair disadvantage if they don't feel safe leaving their house. I know everyone feels differently about their comfort levels with sheltering in place, but that would be something to keep in mind. There could be some candidates who just don't feel comfortable in doing that, and then they wouldn't have the opportunity to present themselves to you.
If I might make a suggestion, the process of that was used in the interview with the Vice Mayor and myself accomplished everything I think that we are hoping to accomplish now. We scheduled a specific time for each person to be there. Would that work? Instead of just meeting with two, they would just be meeting with the full council.
But they could log on and listen to the city council meeting before their scheduled time.
That is exactly right. Thank you.
Sorry. Well, maybe we can ask them. I mean, I think there's still there's still people you have to ask if they want to continue with the process. Maybe just send them an email tomorrow about how they feel about it. If someone's not comfortable, then we have to explore a different option, which I think the WebEx the Zoom mirrored onto WebEx might be an option. I've mirrored before, so that might help.
Mayor and Council, if I could just weigh in, we're looking for some policy direction, and we'll figure out the operations. We've got some camera issues in the chambers and getting staff and COVID, all those things that we have to coordinate. Better to do that offline. We've got a busy agenda ahead of us still.
Great. Then our next process, our next steps in the process, we would be submitting our names to Margaret and submitting a question to Margaret. Is that correct? Via email?
Yes.
Well, you do need to. Sorry.
Well, I guess a couple of next steps. One would be for the council to vote on this process, on the final process you'd like to see, so staff has some clear direction. In addition, the agenda is set up to permit you to make selections of who you'd like to interview tonight. I believe that the Parks and Recreation and Arts Commissioners have all indicated that applicants have all indicated that they would still be interested in interviewing. So we would certainly take that action tonight and just give that selection. I believe that Margaret is prepared to assist with that process. And we can just do that right now. You can just give the names of the candidates that you'd be interested in interviewing. But then for the Planning Commission, if we haven't heard from everyone, you may wish to save that for either your next regular city council meeting to select who you might want to interview, or it could even be part of a special meeting if we can set that up for the interview process for the other commissioners. You can handle the Planning Commission at that time, just like if you'd want to interview, so we can keep this process moving forward.
How about we just email our selections to Margaret tomorrow or to Tim tomorrow of who we'd like for all of the commissions?
Yeah.
The only challenge with that is you're making decisions outside of a meeting and you're having Margaret serve as sort of your hub to give the information to. The questions are a little bit different because you're just providing her with a question, but these are actually making choices of individuals. And so the process that we've set out that we recommend is that be done in an open setting of the people you'd like to interview, because that is public information. You're making a decision there.
How many applicants were there again for Parks and Rec? I'm sorry, I'm looking at it right now, trying to count.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. For the Arts Commission, I believe we have 4 applicants, and for the Parks and Recreation Commission, we have 5 applicants. I believe one of those applicants applied for both the Art Commission and the Parks and Recreation Commission. One additional question that I wanted to put out there was for Arts Commission and Parks Commission, if you wanted to have a special meeting and do both of those in the same meeting, or if you wanted to have separate meetings for Arts and Parks. If you want to think about that and provide some direction, for efficiency, because we have less candidates, we might be able to get that done in one special meeting.
We do still have at least one candidate who's interested in both Arts and Parks and Rec. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So if we could do them in the same night, that would save time for that person as well if they are moved forward.
Or ask them which one they would prefer to interview for. That's still a long meeting. I mean, if you are the last person on that, I mean, that's 15 minutes plus any, I mean, so you're what, looking at 25 minutes per applicant?
Yeah,
I think it's.
we can easily do that and separate that out as well.
Yeah, because that's a late evening for those last applicants.
Yeah, and for Parks and Rec, it's 5 people for 3 spots. I assumed we were going to interview all 5. That's 5 for 3, so that ratio isn't that bad. Well, I don't know what anyone else thinks. I just assumed. I'm sorry, because we kept talking about Planning Commission, not Parks and Rec, on dwindling that down.
And there's nothing that precludes you from just saying you'd like to interview all of the candidates for Parks and Rec and all of the candidates for the Arts Commission tonight, and then you can make your decision on the Planning Commission, because there are more applicants for the Planning Commission, double the other ones. So if you'd like to wait on that, and maybe that might narrow it down, that would be another way to proceed. There's nothing. This is your process, and so if you don't have to. Again, as Terrene said, this is our staff recommendation. There's nothing that says you have to do this. Give a list and you select whoever gets 3 council members and support gets interviewed. You could say tonight, let's just interview all of the Parks and Recreation candidates and all the arts candidates, and then staff will move forward with that and begin setting up interview dates.
Now, really quick though on that, Bruce, are we still taking applications though for Arts and Parks and Planning Commission, or are we done with applications? I think somebody had asked that earlier. I don't remember what the answer was, but are we still taking applications for each one of the commissions?
The application period for both Parks and Arts is completed.
Okay.
The application periods are closed for all the commissions.
Okay. Yeah, I think one of the people that called in was wondering that too. Okay. Thank you.
So do we have a preference as to how we would like to move forward tonight?
Well, I think we need a special meeting for Parks and Rec ASAP, because that's the one that is most important, because they don't have enough people. And I'm fine with interviewing all 5 for Park and Rec if all of you are, because it's 3 spots, 5 interviewees.
Is there any way to do Arts Commission at the same time just to get it over with? Because one of those is actually in the Parks and Rec Commission, so really there's only 3 people in the Arts.
Well,
but I know Councilmember Rary said that's going to be a long day, but I'd rather do it once than having to come back twice.
So it's going to be about 5 hours?
Remember that it has to be, one of them has to be at a city council meeting, a regular meeting.
Okay. Actually, if I can correct that, Mr. Mayor, just clarify that a little bit. The actual motion that you do to officially appoint them has to be at the regular meeting. You could hold the interviews at a special meeting and even indicate the preference and do adopt a motion similar to what you did when you recently appointed Councilmember Rary to the City Council. If you recall, you had the meeting where you made that decision, and then a formal meeting where she was actually officially appointed with a resolution and then sworn in. So that's how we envision the process for Parks and Recreation. Just allow you to interview first and then make sure we can get it on the soonest council regular meeting agenda.
Well, with that clarification, I would probably prefer to have both of those commissions together. So since that we do have that possibility instead of having to divide them all up, or to add a long council agenda to it. So I'm certainly okay with that.
Okay.
Doing Arts and Park and Rec at the same night?
Yes, and interviewing.
So that's 9, that's 4.5 hours. So what time do you, that means that the last interview would start at 11 o'clock at night. Do you think that's fair to an applicant to make them wait till 11 o'clock at night?
Well, there's also the possibility of starting earlier than the 7 o'clock council meetings. Since these are special meetings, we can arrange for the ones, because every one of these applicants, seeing that it is going to be an electronic interview process, every one of them did it during the day, even starting as early as 8 in the morning.
Okay, I'm just concerned with work schedules for.
Yeah.
Sure.
I mean, we could, 4 o'clock has worked well. We could go 4 to 9, Susanna. Or
I can do 4 o'clock if I,
yeah.
Yeah, if I have notice, I can do 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
Councilmember Rary, does that work for you as well?
Absolutely.
And Vice Mayor Rodriguez, the 4 o'clock time?
Yeah, that works. You know, I work too, but I also, you know, I have 2 boys, little ones, but yeah, that works for me. I'd rather do one at one time than doing 2 separate meetings. So yeah, if we could get it all done in one day, I could work that out with the schedule.
And we need to write questions for that as well. You want 1 question from each of us?
The proposal that's given to you is that just to avoid having duplicate questions where council members all ask the same questions, you'd have a backup question. You'd have 2 backup questions to avoid having two council members asking the same question. That was the procedure that's in front of you.
Okay. And you said 24 hours before the interview.
I believe that's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And these would not be given to those, or wait. We're still back to whether or not we can put them into rooms.
Operations, they can do it.
Tim said he's going to figure that out.
Yes, Tim indicated we'll find a way to make the technology work. We need the policy direction at this point.
Okay, for the Park and Rec and the Park and Rec and the Arts Commission, I move that we move forward with all applicants for the interview process, with council members submitting 3 questions each for these applicants, and staff will take care of all the back end on the where's, how's, and why's.
I second that.
We have
just for staff's understanding, this means there would be a room kind of process, and the questions would not be shared with the applicants prior to the meeting.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And if I can further clarify, Councilmember Rary, does your motion include the rest of the proposed process that staff recommended?
Yes.
With your amendment, with your recommended change to how the Arts and Planning Commission applicants would be selected to be interviewed, and then for the Planning Commission applicants.
Well, this is the Planning Commission. I think we still need to discuss how that's going to.
So this is just limited to arts. So this
is arts and Park and Rec only.
Okay.
And is everyone okay with doing away the 5-minute introduction? Because a lot of that will probably be covered in the questions. It's probably going to. Yeah. So no introduction, just straight.
No introduction.
Okay.
That's also part of the motion, Councilmember Rary?
Yes, I amend my motion to eliminate the 5-minute introduction.
And we have.
And if I.
Second.
Thank you. And if I can ask our Assistant City Manager to just confirm that you understand the motion, Terrence, and you have no questions to that. I don't want to come back later with, I'm not sure what this means from anybody.
Thank you. I do understand the motion. The only question I have is now, how does the Planning Commission list get narrowed, or do they interview all candidates?
I believe we're going to do that separately. We're just working right now for the Arts Commission and the Parks and Recreation Commission, and then I believe the council will have further discussion on how they'd like to narrow the Planning Commission applicants.
I now understand the motion. Thank you.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Could we get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, now we will forge forward with the Planning Commission.
I actually have 4 applicants that I'd be willing to put forward this evening. I don't know about the other council members.
I can't because I don't know if they're all committed to come back in the new forum. And, so no, I'm not ready for that. I need a list of who is still ready to go.
Yeah, I would also need a current list of who is willing to come back. I know it sounded like, Terrence, you said there was only 6 people that have responded back, so I guess, yeah, I wouldn't be able to give you an accurate number without knowing who those 6 are.
So based on that, one way the council could proceed would be to make a similar motion to keep the process the same between the 3 different commissions, but then amend that to request that staff returns at the next available city council meeting with an agenda item to allow you to select the planning commission applicants to be interviewed. And then that could occur as early as the special meeting when you select or when you interview the Arts and the Parks and Rec Commission candidates.
Okay.
Does council agree with that? And if so, do I have a motion?
Just really quick, Mayor, I just wanted to say, because I do have my 4 too, as Councilmember Rary has stated, I just need to know, I guess, what Damien's saying maybe at the next meeting is who are still willing to be part of this process and being on the commission. But I do have my 4. I just don't know if they're still interested or what. So I just wanted to clarify that.
I could tell you which folks are willing on the chance that it lines up. However, the process the city attorney laid out shouldn't really cost us much time if we can do this. If you can make this choice at the same meeting that you're interviewing the Parks and Arts Commissions, it should work without any problems. But I'm happy to pull out my notes and tell you who has said they're willing to can go forward.
I think it's okay to wait, or unless anyone wants. I mean, because you're still going to be one to meet the other.
I think we should wait because he might hear from someone else tomorrow that they were interested, and then we might have already discounted them. I think we should wait.
I agree.
So what you're saying, Terrence, is that you would bring this back during our special meeting with the Park and Rec and the Art Commission to let us know who is still interested, and we can make a decision that evening?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, that sounds like a plan. I'll make a motion to what Damien said earlier.
I
would second if that works.
Maybe let's get a little bit more formal there. As I understand, the motion would be to continue with the same process for the Planning Commission that you have just agreed to for the Arts and Parks and Recreation Commission. In addition, requesting that staff return at your next available meeting with a list of interested Planning Commission applicants so that you'll be able to select, I believe, Terrence, 5, each select 5 of those candidates to interview, and with 2 council members having to select at least 1.
So moved.
Wait, up to 5, not 5.
No, up to 5. You don't have to
do
5, but no more than 5. I think that was, Terrence, I believe that was the process that was laid out, correct?
That's correct, and also includes the lack of the removal of the opening statement that was in the previous motion.
Yep, and that would be part of that as part of the past motion.
Yes, so moved.
I second that.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Woo! Let's move on.
Okay. Moving into item D3, we're going to receive a report on transparency and accessibility during city council meetings and possibly provide direction regarding staff recommendations. And Margaret will provide the staff report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. At your last meeting of January 26th, you discussed various issues related to transparency and community engagement and potential solutions for council meetings and outreach. The areas of concern we identified, I'll go through those with the staff findings. The area of concern on the first one was, should public comments sent via email prior to the meeting be read aloud during the live meeting? Staff will begin showing a slide of public comments, kind of an overview and summary of those during the public comment period at the beginning of the meeting, and I'm working on a way to implement that for the rest of the items as well. And then I'm going to hold off on the next two for IT staff to weigh in on, so I'll just go ahead and move forward with the ones that I had. Fewer clicks to access virtual meetings, including a meeting link on the agenda. Staff had begun with this agenda to create a link that was dedicated to this meeting. So now we have the brentwoodca.gov/VCC, which stands for Virtual City Council, that will take people right into the WebEx meeting. New methods to engage the community. Staff is working on some social media outreach. We posted 2 items this weekend, sort of letting people know that the meetings are being held virtually and that it's really easy to join and attend and provide feedback. You identified having an auto response to emails and requesting that emails be read at the meeting and sort of explaining the process. For emails sent to the Web City Clerk email address, we've begun replying to those, and we have a scripted email that explains the process and what will happen with their emails, including the posting of them on the website. And we started that with this meeting for the items that were sent to the Web City Clerk email address. Arrange the agenda to make items that are of interest to the public and residents an earlier time on the agenda. It's staff's practice to place those items judiciously. However, it's not always possible to kind of gauge what the public interest is going to be on items. We do make an attempt to, but we don't always get that there. And then for the 2 items, I did have Mike Berea added as a panelist. The ability for members of the public to continue to participate virtually after the shelter in place has been lifted, that definitely can be done, and staff is looking into different ways to do that when we're all back in the chambers, so that so that the public can continue to participate from home. And to look at other software platforms, and if maybe Mike wants to speak on this, there is the ability to switch platforms to Zoom as an alternative to WebEx. Staff would need a few weeks to procure the appropriate licenses and perform the administrative training. And I see that Mike is available if he wants to go ahead and speak to this. There is a fiscal impact associated with the purchase of Zoom. Mike, did you want to speak on that?
Sure. Good evening, Mayor and council members. So we did look at the Zoom platform at the beginning of the shelter in place, and we weren't ready quite at that time to make the move to Zoom. I think if you remember back at that time, there were a lot of issues. The Zoom was kind of going through a trial by fire, as were all the virtual meeting platforms. So we opted to go with WebEx. It married well with the system that we used, and we did enter a one-year agreement with some WebEx licenses. We've since looked at Zoom, and we've been monitoring, and it looks like a lot of the platforms, Zoom included, have fortified their systems, and best practices have been created by the community to really secure the meetings and make sure that they go smoothly. So we're comfortable now with using those platforms, and we can support those platforms on our system.
So in addition to that, we also reached out to our other Contra Costa County cities to find out what best practices they were doing and how they were handling their virtual meetings. And for the most part, the Contra Costa County cities are handling their public comment and their meetings in a similar manner, with the exception of a few that are reading all of their public comments. And the majority of cities, I'll point out, are using Zoom. So at this point, I'll just turn it over to council for discussion and any additional input.
If you have questions of staff, if you could raise your hand, Councilperson Ray.
I have a question for Mike. One of the problems with WebEx when you're doing the one-way is that the visual picture of council or the planning commissions was very distorted. And when I brought this up to Margaret and she spoke with Joe about it, it was because the cameras that we have, the video cameras we have in the chambers, I guess, are HD or were not HD, and WebEx was HD or vice versa, and so they didn't mesh well together. Will this be resolved with the purchase of new cameras that we have on order and with Zoom, or do we anticipate there still being a distortion for that one-way video?
Yeah, so switching to the Zoom platform will not improve our video quality because there are limitations with our hardware. We are looking at refreshing that hardware really soon, but there's a number of infrastructure concerns that we were running into, and so it's going to be a relatively difficult process to change those cameras, but we are looking into upgrading those to HD cameras to make the video quality better, and regardless of what platform we're using.
Do you have a time frame for that?
Not at this time, I don't.
Okay. I guess because those are the videos that they're going to be seeing. I mean, if somebody comes in afterward and looks at, and I haven't gone back, let's say I wanted to go back to a video last year when this first all happened. Is that video that I'm watching going to be that distorted quality, or will it be the one that we're seeing on WebEx?
So there are a number of factors that are affecting our video quality. There are actually two streams, one that is being sent onto our website. That one is going through, for lack of a better term, it's going through something that's causing the quality to drop. That is not necessarily the quality, the natural quality. The quality we see on our computers now is the natural quality of what our video looks like if we were to record these. But through some compression and other things that happen in our system as we put on the agenda archive vault, they end up getting a lot smaller and get distorted. So we are looking to resolve that, but we're also looking to upgrade the cameras anyway. They're due for a refresh. So we are working on that.
Do you have a time frame for that?
For the cameras?
Yeah.
I do not at this time. We are actively looking at it, as in it's a high priority item for me.
Okay. I think that needs to be part of what we're doing with moving over so that we have a higher quality.
Definitely.
Yeah. Just a couple of things. We lost Councilperson Meyer. She's trying to get back on right now. So just FYI. And then I think this is all great. The more people we can get to participate in meetings, the happier I am. But my question, I think it was Benjamin Kellogg that mentioned putting the link on the home page for any kind of council meeting or planning commission meeting or art meeting. Can we have a dedicated box on the home page which takes you straight to the meeting instead of having to click through the agenda? Is that something that would be difficult to do?
I'm sorry, Councilmember Mendoza, is that directed to me?
I mean, you or Margaret, I don't know. Just from the technical side, people seem to not like clicking through to city council and then the date, the agenda, and then from the agenda, the other click. So I think he mentioned, can we just put a dedicated link on the homepage that if we're having a meeting for accessibility, they just click the link on the homepage? Is that something we can do?
Technically, it is possible. Our current website design is a little bit restricted on real estate, so it just depends on priority of what information we want to put on the homepage. Okay. If we wanted to put the link there, it would be possible. I don't know about it being a button or a box, but it could be linked directly from the homepage.
Okay.
And if I could just add from the legal side, there is a requirement of the Brown Act where the public should be able to reach the agenda itself within I don't know if I just froze there. It looked like I might have. But the Brown Act requires that there needs to be basically a one-step process to the agenda itself. So whatever we create for accessing the meeting, we still have to have that ability for the public to access the agenda with a minimal number of clicks. So just one qualifier there. That doesn't speak to the technology. Just there are some legal requirements.
Could we still have it in two places? Could we have it on the home screen and also as a click-through on the agenda?
All right. I'm going to leave that to Mike and Margaret.
No, okay. So there doesn't have to be like legally correlate like a link between agenda and WebEx.
No, it's just the public needs to be able to access the agenda as easily as possible, and that's really what the Brown Act is trying to do, to make sure that the public has the opportunity to know what you're going to be talking about at the meeting, and they don't want them. The legislature doesn't want the public to have to delve through layers and layers of a web page to try and find the agenda.
Okay.
Mayor, if I could just jump in. I have Councilmember Meyer on my phone listening into the meeting, so she's going to continue to try to connect virtually, but she is listening in so far, and when she wants to speak, I can make that possible as well. Just wanted to make you aware of that.
Okay, thank you. So we don't have to take a recess as long as she's okay with that process. I'm okay with that process.
It is her agenda item.
I know. That's why I feel so bad. Can we hear her? Like, does she have any comments about the accessibility?
To add one thing that you and I discussed, is there a way to do that?
Yes, you are now speaking. They can hear you.
Hello, everyone. God knows where I am right now. I'm not online. I wanted to, first of all, thank everyone involved. I was so just excited to see this agenda item on, and I cannot believe that my Wi-Fi and everything dumped. And in the middle of this item, I was so excited about. But thank you so much for all the work that you put into this, because clearly there's been a lot of work. And I'm seeing all these little bits of progress happening along the way in the social media and the slide at the beginning. I'm just thrilled with all of this, and it just makes me feel really good about the efforts we're making to make people feel included and improve accessibility. I don't know if I missed anything. I would like to suggest one additional minor thing, if that's okay, and that is a recap following the meeting. It's like a short bullet point recap that is very easy to see, that it could be done on social media. For example, last night's meeting, here's the bullet points of what was accomplished in a very simple, direct way. But I'm absolutely thrilled with everything that's happening here.
I like that.
Hey, and that prompted me. I did actually have a resident call and said, for transparency, is there any way to have a database of all of our votes available, like on the council page, so that you can look at someone and see everything they voted for? So I don't know if that's part of the transparency on our voting, but someone did call about that too. So I don't know if that's part of a summary, like Councilwoman Meyer is speaking about, or, can we do that somehow in the summary?
I think that could be accomplished. There would be an easy way to accomplish that, I think. I could work on that.
Okay, the Vice Mayor has his hand up regarding questions to staff, and then after this, if there's no more questions to staff, we'll move on to public comment, and then come back with council discussion.
So I know that we've hired the new PIO individual that's working for us currently. So I'm hoping that, at some point we got some, some strategies to be able to connect with a large portion of our community that's not involved in the meetings currently. And some of those are going to be Spanish speaking, right? Hopefully when we start moving forward. So I'm just wondering, through this new technology, are we still going to have someone in place to be able to translate if they come on, right? We don't want none of our residents to feel uncomfortable or feel that, they can't be part of it in any kind of a way because they don't speak the language or anything like that. So I'm just wondering if we're going to still have translators involved in this process because, like I said, with the new PIO on board, I'm hoping to see different strategies we're going to use to be able to connect these communities. So I don't know who answers that.
I'll see if Tim is available to answer that. I know we had started having translators at the meeting prior to COVID, and we were translating the agendas. And then once we've gone virtual, we've not had that. So I think that would be a discussion with Tim and Sukari on how to accomplish that virtually. But staff could look into that.
Yeah, I think it's really important because, like I said, I think there's a large portion of our community that's not involved, and I'm hoping, like I said, that within the next year or so we can get more of them involved in this in the process. If not, it becomes a digital divide where a lot of people are not included because they don't know the process or how to even get online or even know how to do this and that. So I'm hoping that there'll be some strategies involved to educate them, but all of that, have some translators here that could be here for them.
Thank you. We'll make note of that and work on that.
Okay, if there's no more questions of staff, we will now open public comment, and I'll turn it to Margaret to put on her other hat.
Just give me a moment while I adjust my screens here. I did have a hand raised. I have 3 hands raised. I will start with Carolina, and she will be followed by Rod and then Benjamin. Carolina, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Another marathon session here. I wanted to let you all know that having bilingual instructions is huge, and if you don't already have people that you work with, I have a contact. This person has done the translation for a large portion of the website in Antioch and Oakley. So if you would like that person's name, I would be more than happy to share it with you. Also, there should be something, not just bilingual, but some set of instructions that people can click on to figure out how to navigate this, because the first time I got on, I wasn't able to speak. I couldn't find the raise my hand button in my laptop. And then this time I was searching for it on my phone. So it would be really helpful if people knew how to navigate a city council meeting, like where are the buttons and what does it look like and how do you do this, right? So that more people can participate. That would also be very helpful as a mailer that could be double-sided, mailed to people, because obviously if they don't know how to get on, trying to navigate this through the website would be absolutely impossible. The website is extremely cumbersome. Just trying to find basic things like how do I pay my bill. So that is my input, and I'd be, like I said, I'm happy to provide that information if you want it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rod Floor. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. Very happy to hear that they're going to be looking at getting new cameras, because the video quality, I think, is a real killer for public participation, for people to be able to watch the meetings. They're pretty much unwatchable. I've got, a larger format TV, and it's just terrible. So very happy to hear about the cameras. Yeah, you can probably find a place for a link. There's a link on the front page of the website. There's a little area there where there are items that are expected to have high traffic. And I think on the night of a city council meeting or a planning commission meeting, you could probably put a link to the meeting there. There's no limitation on how many places you can put a link to the same thing. You can put it across multiple websites. I can put a link to things that are on the city council on my website. There's amazing anybody would think that was a technical limitation. Yeah, so very happy to hear all of this. Very happy to hear that translation is under consideration. Again, this is something that I was glad to see when it was happening back pre-COVID, and certainly hoping we can get back to that. And want to especially congratulate Councilmember Meyer for bringing these issues forward. And one thing I think if the mayor could maybe go back through that introductory course on the Brown Act, because there have been, a number of violations, including the one tonight where a person was originally not going to be allowed to speak because they had spoken on the same issue during general comments. You can speak on any issue in those comments, and it does not disqualify you from speaking on any particular issue. And actually, there isn't really any limitation to what any person can say during comments. And I know that directly. We've been doing this for a long time. I've been coming here since May of 2015 or something, and 2017. And actually, I've seen Mr. Brower correct Bob Taylor on that very issue, so I know he knows. And we're playing really fast and loose with Brown Act these days. We're forgetting sometimes to have public comments. And I think if the mayor wants to run the meetings, then he needs to know all the rules so he can follow them. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Benjamin Kellogg. Benjamin, go ahead.
Hi. I'd really like to thank Councilmember Meyer for this. It's long overdue. As far as the website, it's a real easy process. There's even a portion of the front page of the city website under city events that has not only the city council meeting, the neighborhood committee meeting, the planning commission meeting. So you could literally have your web developer open this page up a code, drop in the link that you have in the agenda, the www.brentwoodca.gov WAC-VCC, and it would open the WebEx. Very easy process, and it would make a lot of people happy. Thank you again.
Thank you. There's no additional speakers with their hands raised at this time.
Thank you. So at this time, we will close public comments, and we will move into council discussion. If you have more information you would like to say, please raise your hand. I would like, if we could, to go to Councilmember Meyer, since she's at a significant disadvantage in getting information that she would like to share, if she would like to share right now.
I hear you. You're on mute.
I'm at a disadvantage even more because it's breaking up. No, I'm not even hearing everything that's coming through my phone. I don't know what the heck's going on. I would just like to really thank everyone. I like the additional suggestions from the speakers, if I'm understanding them correctly. I think there's always ways to do better, and there's always ways to be more accessible. So absolutely encourage the community to reach out with ideas on this, because I think it's a work in progress. And the amount of progress we've made in a short amount of time is amazing to me. And like I said, I'm completely thrilled. But I do like the additional ideas that are being suggested by council and by speakers. So in speaking with staff, I understand that they see this as a work in progress as well. And so I'm just excited to move forward. And thank you for letting me speak this way.
Well, at this time, Councilmember Rary has her hand up.
you know, when somebody said, well, you know, we can work with, they had a name of somebody who's done Oakley's website and Antioch's website, and I quickly opened up Antioch's website, and I think they've got 5 different languages they had. So I went to our website, and we have like 80. Now, I don't know that they all translate to what they're supposed to, but I changed it between Chinese and Vietnamese and Spanish, and I forget what other ones that I put. Oh, and Norwegian. And it looked like it was changing over to all those different languages. It'd be nice if instead of having to search for it at the very bottom of the page that we moved that up to the top of the page. It might help the accessibility for our other languages, the people in our community who speak other languages, to know that they can click that and find that our website will be translated. But other than that, I think this is a great idea. I think saving $16,000 a year by going with, I think it was $16,000 going with Zoom is a fantastic idea. Now that the Zoom bombing has been eliminated, or hopefully has been eliminated, I think we should move forward on it.
I would like to bring another component of potential for transparency. As we all know, some of these meetings have gone very, very, very late, and there are a significant portion of our community that can't reasonably be expected to have a fair opportunity to participate after 11 or 12 o'clock. And so I'd like to hear from council your thoughts about an idea of having a checkpoint at about 10 o'clock. And if we have significantly longer items on that particular agenda, to decide as a council whether we want to take one more, or if we want to take the full rest, or if we want to take time and move some that could reasonably be put onto a future agenda, so that more of our community can understand that they will be able to participate in the entirety of the decision-making process, their voices, and participate and see what the council is doing at that time. It's not something that would be unique to Brentwood. There are many cities that have this component in their process. And so, Councilmember, your hand is still up. Do you have any thoughts on that?
No, I just didn't move my hand back down again. By pushing it out, that just means pushing our business out even farther as well. And our agendas are pretty full, or have been.
When we just had the Pop Farm meeting, one of the commissioners wanted to cut it short, and people were really upset. They did not like it. They're like, if we can be here, you guys can be here. And I think if we cut it short, I mean, I don't want to cut it short, but it almost looks like we don't want to finish business for that night. That's, I think, the impression people had on that call the other day. So just because it just happened, so that's why, you know. But, and I don't know if it's, I mean, we just have a lot going on right now. I mean, I've been at meetings with all of y'all, and it's, you know, we're done in like 30 minutes. I think there's some of us that are new that are getting ramped up, and there's a lot of city business going on, but I don't think it's always going to be like this. I think it'll start getting a little bit smoother soon. I'm hoping.
Okay, well, that was the input I was asking for and looking for. So if you're comfortable with the distance, I'm certainly not going to ask for staff to consider that at this time either. Is there anyone else that would like to have any more to say in our discussion right now, or do we have a motion?
Can we just say thank you to the IT team and Margaret for everything they do, because I know they work really hard on this line item. So thank you all so much. I appreciate you a ton.
Is that a motion?
I'm going to make the motion.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'm sure if a motion is needed for this item. In a lot of ways, it's an informational report to let you know what staff is doing. It's set up that if if there was something more specific you were looking for or disagreed with something that staff is doing, you might require a motion. But I'll ask the city manager, was there any direction that you were looking for as part of this item that you don't feel you have where a motion would be needed?
As Margaret outlined, there are several options of what other cities are doing, so we threw that out there just for your consideration. If there is strong interest in any other ideas that we haven't already started to implement or have discussed implementing, we're certainly welcome to a motion if it's consistent with what's agendized to give us direction. One of those options was if there's a preference to move away from WebEx when there's an appropriate opportunity to do so and move towards Zoom if it's more user-friendly. We could certainly consider some direction on that.
I make a motion to move towards Zoom.
I second that.
We have a first and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, item D4, an update on the amended City of Brentwood Strategic Plan fiscal year 2020-2021 through 2021-22 and funding deferred projects holding list. Tim.
Okay, Mayor and Council. So as referenced in the staff report, the previous council had worked on this 2-year strategic plan in the fall of 2019 and approved that in February of 2020, including several initiatives we're ready to move forward on. When the pandemic occurred, we brought back to you with the initiatives that were affected by the budget and the capital improvement program. We brought back some recommendations in June for approval to postpone some of these initiatives that were budget heavy. And in July of 2020, I believe, that we brought back to you an amended strategic plan that was then adopted at that point. We created for the first time a funding deferred projects holding list so that we wouldn't lose track of any of those initiatives that were important to the council and make sure that they're available to you once the funding uncertainty was less uncertain. And so I wanted to bring this update for you. I won't go through all the initiatives tonight, but open to questions, reflecting what we've done so far in the last year, and then also, especially with our new members, make you aware of what's on the funding deferred list and have you start thinking as we have more budget capacity coming into our June budget update, if you'd like to continue to restore some of those initiatives. As you'll recall, just at our last City Council meeting with some budget certainty, we did move forward with reinitiating the funding for the 5th police beat. Part of the reason, again, for that was that the prolonged recruitment process wouldn't materialize in any expenditures probably until July of the new fiscal year anyways. So I felt very comfortable moving ahead with that. And as you've noticed in your agenda, your very next agenda item, we'll talk about restoring another initiative that we'll talk about next. So again, providing this for you to receive an update as well as to start thinking ahead on what are the priorities again for the council and give us some direction in June where we can restore perhaps some additional initiatives to move forward with. And then the plan is to come back to you, if I have my timing right, October of 2021? Yes. Mm-hmm. October, November of 2021 this year, and then we will work with you again on your strategic plan for the next 2 years and bring that back to you the following year, if I got my timing right. It could be off a year. Questions?
We have Councilperson Mendoza.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't have any. I have to review it all because I'm just trying to understand. These are all the projects that everyone else worked on. And just understanding, I mean, I know where the 5th beat is moving forward, and I think that's great. But just, you know, the parks and all of that kind of stuff, I just need to understand a little bit more. So I think I will work with you on sitting down and understanding each project. And if there's anything we can move before October, then I'll just make a motion if I think it's, we need to pull it forward.
Great. Yes, that'll work.
Okay. Seeing no more hands for questions of staff, we will move on to public comment. This time we'll open public comment. And Margaret, turn it to you.
Adjusting my screen here. We didn't receive any emails prior to this meeting. If you wish to speak on this item, raise your hand using the WebEx feature, and I'll call upon your name if provided. I do see Mr. Floor's hand is up, and I'm not sure if it was still up or from the last item, but I will go ahead and, oh, nope, he just took it down. So I have no speakers for this item.
Okay, so this time we will have public comment and move into council discussion. Is there any further discussion on this item from council? You could, Councilperson Rary.
We can't hear you, Karen.
There was a lot of comments today about being made today about disc golf and when we're going to get the disc golf course up and running. And I know that one was one of the fairly inexpensive items to get up at Creekside Park. So I'm not sure if that's something that could be moved forward. It'd be something to get people outside without having them close together to play the disc golf. But it was just something that residents were discussing today.
I can have Bruce give a brief update what's involved in that initiative, and if you want to restore that in June, we can certainly give you what the next steps would be. Bruce?
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council, once again. So the Disc Golf Strategic Initiative is one that actually is not on the list to be postponed because it wasn't, I think the cost that we set on that was $10,000. And it was something that we could absorb within our operations budget. So really it's a matter of getting our Park and Rec Commission back on board and making sure that we can move forward with that one in a safe way, because it will involve some construction and our park maintenance workers and making sure that they can work in an environment that allows them to go. But I don't think that we necessarily have to wait to restore the budget for the disc golf item. So we'll work with our Park and Rec Commission, and that's one that we could make a priority maybe moving forward in the next 6 months.
Fantastic.
Is there any more discussion on this item, or do I have a motion?
I think somebody put their hand up, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, I don't know if a motion is required for this item. I think it was just a report from the city manager on the strategic initiatives.
Thank you. Then we will go on to item D5, to review adaptive recreation programming and consider restoration of adaptive recreation strategic plan initiative and request staff to engage a consultant to review current recreation programming and make recommendations to increase inclusion and accessibility. And this staff report will be given by Chris Farrow. Chris.
I'll move Chris to a panelist. It'll be just a moment.
While you're doing that, Council Member Meyer, are you still able to hear and participate?
Go ahead.
Yes, I am, and I'm so disappointed. I did get notification, just to be clear with everyone. For some reason, our system went down. My husband got a notification there's a maintenance issue. I don't know why my neighbors on the council are not impacted, but you guys should consider yourself lucky. This has never happened, so my apologies for this whole mess.
We just want to make sure you're still here, and we'll take. Just let us know if you have any difficulties. Buzz Tim or something so that he can.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Tonight you have before you a staff recommendation to adopt a resolution restoring the Adaptive Recreation Strategic Plan Initiative and requesting staff to engage a consultant in an amount not to exceed $20,000 to review current recreation programming and make recommendations to increase inclusion and accessibility. Since Council recently requested an update on adaptive recreation programs, I'd like to provide a brief history and overview that brought us here. The City of Brentwood Parks and Trails and Recreation Master Plan update includes several recommendations regarding program accessibility for individuals with disabilities, all of which are outlined in the staff report. Recognizing the need to implement these recommendations, the City of Brentwood Strategic Plan for fiscal year 2020-2021 through fiscal year 21-22 included a strategic initiative in Focus Area 5 to expand and enhance recreation opportunities by increasing programming for seniors, youth and teens, and implementing adaptive recreation and expanding cultural arts programs. In order to plan and implement this strategic initiative, the initial draft of the fiscal year 2020-2021 operating budget included $20,000 to be allotted to adaptive recreation. However, in response to the economic uncertainty created by the pandemic, certain strategic plan initiatives were deferred, and the $20,000 budget was not included in the final adopted budget. The Adaptive Recreation Initiative was placed on the funding deferred projects holding list that Tim just reviewed with you when the strategic plan was amended in July of 2020. Despite the strategic initiative funding not being available, Parks and Recreation staff continued to take steps to learn more about the unique needs of recreation participants. We have participated in a number of trainings that are also detailed in the staff report and have reached out to many organizations and agencies, including the CARE Parent Network, Regional Center of East Bay, La Familia, Feasibility, Brentwood Union School District, and Liberty Adult Ed, just to name a few. Staff is aware of two primary programming needs in our community. One is programs that are inclusive, that is, programs that are open to both people with and people without disabilities, and two, programs that are designed specifically for individuals with disabilities. In order to address the first need, that is, to provide more inclusive programming, staff is recommending reinstating the Adaptive Recreation Strategic Initiative and directing staff to obtain a consultant to review all of our current offerings and provide recommendations for curriculum modifications, specialized equipment, and staff training that would make the activities more inclusive and accessible. The recommendations from that consultant would be reviewed by the Parks and Recreation Commission for any program, policy, or resource considerations, and they would then forward their recommendation to City Council. If Council approves the recommendation to engage a consultant for inclusion planning services, the project will be funded through the general fund in an amount not to exceed $20,000. As discussed in the mid-year budget report on January 26th, the general fund operating budget has sufficient budget savings to accommodate this expenditure. However, it would reduce the anticipated surplus by $20,000. Staff is available to answer any questions you have at this time.
If you have questions of staff, would you raise your hand and I'll call on you in order. Seeing none, we will move on to public comment. Margaret?
Just reshuffle my screens here. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the WebEx feature and I'll call your name if provided to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I will note for the record that we did receive one comment in support of this item from Matt Schwab and that will be posted on our website tomorrow. I have 3 speakers with their hands raised. The first is Francis Cron. Francis, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. As a Brentwood resident and the Vice President of Working Wonders, a day program for adults with special needs, I wanted to share that as a community, we all want Brentwood to be a city that meets the needs of everyone, especially those with special needs. As a community, our special needs population depends on us to advocate for them and to be there for them as they grow into adults. As a special education teacher, another sign of this growing population is that this is the first year we will have over 20 young adults who are successfully completing our program and are now thriving to become contributing members of our community. And that's through the Gateway Transition Program with 18 to 22-year-olds. We always see local events take place, such as Unified Sports, the Heroes Prom, and events that were once sponsored by longtime contributors such as the Special Kids Foundation. All over the area, there is always some type of an event, which in itself is evidence that our special needs population continues to prosper within our community. By restoring the Adaptive Recreation Strategies Plan initiative, we are providing an opportunity for our special needs population to thrive. I can attest to the fact that having a recreation and leisure program in our community that meets the needs of this population will open the door to a growing Brentwood. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Carolina. Carolina, go ahead.
Hi again. I wanted to speak on behalf of the special ed community in Brentwood. We know that we have quite a few students in the Brentwood Union School District that are in special ed and that do require modified activities and accessibility. And Brentwood Unified has done a fantastic job of retrofitting all of their playgrounds so that kids in special ed can go and play in the big playgrounds just like any other student that attends the schools. This mindset needs to be expanded throughout the city so that these kids aren't only able to play at school but also able to join other activities around the city. Parents of these special ed students feel extremely isolated because their kids don't have that accessibility, so they can't see other parents. So I am strongly in support of this item, and I encourage City Council to please move this item forward. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Linda Green. Linda, go ahead.
Yes, hi. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. As you know from earlier, I am the director of The Exceptional, a local nonprofit who has been providing recreational programs and social events in the local area for the past 30 years. We currently are running classes on Zoom, and before COVID, we were offering classes in Antioch. Now, as someone who has been in this community doing these classes for many years, I have noticed that a lot of our students are coming from the Oakley-Brentwood area as well. So we are also in the school districts as educators, so we notice that there is a great need for programs for these students. We deal with all ages from our parent and me, 1 year old, all the way up to older adults. We provide programs in a variety of recreational classes such as dance, art, music, skateboarding. We have cheerleading. We work with local Special Olympic sports. And we also work with the schools, with local schools, providing their motor or physical education classes. We also work with local adult programs with their fitness, such as Working Wonders, which you just heard of. So what we are hoping to do is to be able to offer these classes in Brentwood. I do have a long-standing history of working with the Antioch Recreation Center, so I know the justification of how recreation programs work, and am currently studying to be certified in special needs adaptive recreation. So I just want to say thank you for listening, and hope everyone has a good night. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we have no additional hands raised. Oh, wait. Did Francis already speak? I don't believe so. Oh, no additional hands at this time.
Thank you. Well, with that, we will close public comment and move into council discussion. To raise your hand, I'll call on you in order. Councilmember Rary.
This item, during our, I don't know if you recall, but during the master planning, the Park and Rec master plan, this was one of the highest rated additions to our park and recreation offerings. And so I'm excited that we can move forward with this. I think it's needed within our community. And I say let's go for it.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes, I agree with Councilmember Rary that this was something that was really high on the priorities when it came to our master plan. So it's really good to see this at the table. So yeah, just like Councilmember Rary said, let's move forward with this. I think it's a great opportunity for our young people with special needs.
And Councilmember Meyer, since you can't raise your hand, would you like to speak on this as well?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
We're still in this mess. I'm sorry, I'm not catching every minute of this, so I'm listening and appreciating everything, all the work that's gone into it, but I don't really have anything to comment on. I'm trying to find another way to connect. Evidently, there's 2,500 homes down in Brentwood, and I happen to be one of them. So stay tuned. Please hold.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Mendoza.
No, I think this is fantastic. I think it goes in line with what Councilwoman Rary and Vice Mayor Rodriguez was saying. I've seen it on the agenda in the past and in your list of projects. And it also goes hand in hand with what I think Councilmember Meyer had talked about earlier about making, Parks and Rec having more inclusive programs, which I think is fantastic. And I think the sooner we can do it, the better, So thank you so much for your time and all your work on this so far.
Yeah, and I also want to echo what everyone has said. One of the things that has been very obvious any time, and one of the speakers mentioned some of the efforts that some of the nonprofits have done in the communities in the past. And it's always amazing to see the effect on the lives of all of the community and all the young people that are involved when they get to be around these individuals with special needs that are so courageous, so inventive, and so full of life. I've spoken to many of our students and members of PAL when they were doing the Heroes Prom and things like that. And every one of them said that their lives had been changed by interaction with the lives of others that are special needs. It's something that has, like others have said, it's been at the top priority for Parks and Rec for former councils and clearly now with this one. And I totally agree. It's something that we need to continue to not only do this, but work into the future to make things as good as possible as we can. It benefits everybody.
Mayor, if I could say something as well, again. I also hope that this, I'll be honest, I've been working for a nonprofit for about 29 years now. And, when you say $20,000, it only goes so far, right? When you want to make a true impact in a lot of the services that we provide. So I hope that we also, obviously this is great, but I also hope that we continue to support this, not on a one-time funding, but on a yearly basis, but also, if we have the funds and we have the opportunities to maybe even look at increasing those things for these kids, because like I said, I've worked for a nonprofit for many years, and $20,000 gets spent pretty fast when you talk about providing services to young people, So I hope, just something to think about, that I think you're right, Mayor, that this is something that is exciting and we need to continue to do, hopefully in the future.
I'd like to open it up to Councilmember Meyer. I know she's having difficult times, but this was her item. And if she can participate, Councilmember Meyer, if you would like to move this forward, I think you certainly need to have the opportunity to.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Can you hear me?
I'm going to try to. Oh, go ahead.
I would love to move this forward. I don't even know. Are we at the point of making a motion?
Yes, we are.
Then I would love to make a motion to move this forward. Do I need more language than that?
No.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Margaret, if we could get a roll call vote.
Yes. Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay. Well, at this time, we are to item E1. Council members wishing to have an agenda item placed on a future agenda shall make a request under this section of the agenda, and these items will be included on the agenda for the next council meeting. If you have a new agenda item request, if you could raise your hand, I'll call you in order. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I didn't even put my hand down, but I do have a request. I would like to see, I know that we've hired, like I said, the PIO that's working for us now. I'd like to ask to put something on the agenda to learn more about what are going to be some of our strategies around community engagement, especially when it comes to marginalized communities within the city of Brentwood. How are we going to engage them to get more involved within the community? I know that we had the discussion earlier about coming to meetings and those kind of things, but like I said, I like to really focus on those communities that technology is not their go-to, right? So I really like to see community engagement strategies around marginalized communities, but also in communities in general within the city of Brentwood. What are we going to do to be able to address those communities to get them more engaged in the city process, the policies, meetings, discussions? I know I've sat on here for 2 years, and I sat here for a while just trying to learn and understand things, but I think it's time for us to have these discussions around communities that would love to be involved, but you really don't, we haven't engaged them correctly. So that's one of them.
Can you define, real quick, I have a question about, can you define, when you're saying marginalized, I think it's hard, it's kind of like a shot in the dark. Is there any way we can figure out what you mean by that?
Actually, that discussion will occur at your next meeting.
Okay.
All item is just the council member makes the request. It'll be on your next agenda. You'll have a wonderful discussion on it.
Perfect.
All
Love
right.
it.
Sorry about that, Councilmember Mendoza. Wish I could have clarified. Yeah, that. And then also, I'd like to learn more about, understand better about the enrichment department in regards to one of the issues that I'm seeing is business being accountable for trash, for mess being in front of their businesses, especially on the far east, northeast of Brentwood, right? For many years, there's been stuff out there, and I think that we've done a wonderful job in making businesses more accountable in regards to making sure their business areas are up to par and clean. There's a lot of new development going on right now on Brentwood Boulevard, and I really just want to see what are some of the methods that we're using to be able to make some of these businesses accountable to make sure that they're keeping things right for the community, for the quality of life of the people that live in that area. I don't know if I made sense on that. I hope I did.
Staff, was that clear enough direction?
We'll make sense of that. Yes, we'll have it on your agenda for you to elaborate further.
I'm sorry about that, Tim.
No.
Just I guess for me, just a really short is what are we doing to make sure that we're making local businesses on the Northeast be accountable for the quality of life of those residents when it comes to maintaining their properties?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, well, seeing no further future agenda item request, and we'll go back to Councilperson Meyer since she can't raise her hand. Councilmember Meyer, do you have a future agenda item request for tonight?
I do not. Thank you for asking.
Thank you. Well, then at this time, I need a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Have a first?
Second.
Second. Margaret, if I could get a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Well, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. And Council Member Meyer, good luck with all of your connectivity issues. Hopefully everything is going well over there for tomorrow for you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, everyone.
Have a good night.
Good night.